Woke us all up. I'd like to call this meeting to order and wish everyone a warm welcome to the fourth meeting of the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Natural Resources for the 2023-2024 interim. Members who are joining us virtually, please be sure to keep on your videos so that we know we have a quorum. Please also be sure to mute your microphone when you're not speaking to minimize background noise. And please remember that the chat feature is only to be used for technical assistance from our broadcast and production services team. With that, we would love to have the secretary please call roll.
Senator Goycochea.
Present.
Senator Scheibel.
Here.
Assemblywoman Anderson.
Present.
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Here.
Assemblyman DeLong.
Present.
Assemblyman Gurr.
Here.
Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Here.
Chair Pazina.
Present. Thank you so much. And with that, it looks like we have everyone present today. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're fortunate to have a few of our members from the North and the Rurals here with us in the South today. Our agenda today includes presentations on interstate wildfire compacts, the Nevada Shared Stewardship Agreement, and many presentations related to water, including groundwater availability and water rights retirement. As usual, before we begin, we'd like to reiterate some housekeeping announcements. First, this committee is a paperless committee, meaning that all materials will be provided electronically. Anyone who'd like to receive electronic notification of and access to the meeting's agendas, minutes, and final report may do so by signing up on the Nevada Legislature's website. This means that committee members will review the meeting materials on their laptops, so please don't take this as a sign of inattention to the presentations. Second, a note to our presenters. All presenters are asked to make sure that their microphones are turned on before they begin their presentation. If committee members have any questions during or after your presentation, please do identify yourself each time that you respond to a question. That will help our secretary. This assists her in completing the minutes for the meeting. Third, a note about public comment. During the interim, meetings basically have two opportunities for public comment, once at the beginning and once at the end of the meeting. Members of the public may provide public comment in different ways, all of which are listed on the agenda. For anyone wishing to call in for public comment, please dial 888-475-4499. When prompted to provide the meeting ID, please enter 828-8500-7462 and then press pound. The broadcast and production service staff will indicate to you when it is your turn to speak. We do ask that public comment made in person or by phone be kept to 2 minutes so that everyone interested in speaking may be accommodated and to ensure that we can get through the agenda in a timely fashion. Speakers are urged to avoid repetition of comments made by previous speakers. If you'd like to provide written comment, please either submit via email before, during, or after the meeting to nrinterim@lcb.state.nv.us or mail them to the Research Division at 401 South Carson Street, Carson City, Nevada, 89701. You may also fax them to 775-684-6400. I also wanted to take this opportunity to announce that we have arrived at the point in the interim where we'll begin to think about which bill draft requests we want to put forward as a committee for the next legislative session. If you have BDR ideas that you'd like to suggest for consideration, please submit your recommendation along with appropriate background information by Wednesday, July the 31st, 2024 at 5 p.m. Additional instructions and a form for submitting bill draft requests that include information to help us consider these recommendations may be found on the legislative website on the committee's webpage. Finally, given the number of presentations on today's agenda, the committee will take a 30-minute break for lunch right around noon. And with that, let's get started with public comments. If there's anyone wishing to provide public comment here in Las Vegas, please come to the table now.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tracy Bauer with the Desert Research Institute. I'm here today in advance of the presentation from the Nevada Division of Water Resources on the Nevada Water Initiative. DRI's team of hydrologists are working with the State Engineer's Office and the U.S. Geological Survey's Nevada Water Science Center to update the state's understanding of groundwater resources. Starting in the 1940s, the Nevada Legislature provided funds to the State Engineer's Office to work with USGS and what would later become DRI for systematic investigations of Nevada's groundwater. It was called the Nevada Groundwater Program, and the studies from that program have been foundational and used for water resource decision-making for nearly 80 years. Since that time, numerous scientific advancements and tools are now available to allow water planners and the state engineer to better gauge groundwater availability and to make decisions about water resources based on the best available science. The current Nevada Water Initiative project was originally funded through the state using dollars from the American Rescue Plan Act, which provided immediate funding to begin the work. Limitations on time for spending the ARPA dollars meant that they covered just a fraction of the basins that needed updated groundwater assessments. DRI is supportive of the continuation of this project in future years to provide the best data possible for water resource decisions. And we ask the committee to please consider how to continue this work that is vital to the state's future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bauer. And I was remiss in not asking you to both state and spell your name. And while your name isn't as challenging, if you wouldn't mind getting us started with that, I would really appreciate it. And thank you.
Absolutely. Tracy Bauer, TracyBower. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your comments this morning. I always enjoy hearing from DRI. And with no further audience member coming to the front today in Las Vegas, we would love to ask anyone in Carson City who'd wish to provide public comment to please come to the table now. And let's go ahead and get started.
Thank you. Chair Pazina and members of the committee, my name is Jane Amon, that's Jainamoan, and I'm the External Affairs Director for the Nature Conservancy in Nevada. Thank you for hearing presentations on groundwater rights retirement at today's meeting. We appreciate the conversations around potential tools for resolving conflicts with existing water rights holders and detriments to natural resources. As with anything related to water, developing tools that will be effective for reducing consumptive use while benefiting long-term water sustainability is challenging. Learning from other states' experiences is important, as well as learning from our own experiences here within Nevada. We are grateful to the legislature, the state, and the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources for the use of American Rescue Plan Act funds to permanently retire groundwater rights with the Nevada Water Conservation and Infrastructure Initiative, that's NWCII. This one-time funding opportunity provides an excellent chance to implement groundwater rights retirement to see if it will work in Nevada. If the state is to move towards adding voluntary groundwater rights retirement to its toolbox of options for bringing water use to sustainable levels, it is important that we learn as much as we can from this experience. We therefore advocate for the preparation of a public report on the use of NWCII funds to retire groundwater rights. We submitted a written comment that expands on what such a report can include. We believe this report would be most useful if prepared ahead of the 2025 legislative session, and the Nature Conservancy is willing to assist with or prepare this report and to do this without compensation. Thank you for this opportunity to provide public comment and for your service on this important committee.
Thank you so much.
Chair Pazina, members of the committee, I'm Doug Busselman, D-O-U-G-B-U-S-S-E-L-M-A-N. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Nevada Farm Bureau. My comments today are directed in support of Agenda Item 4, the Nevada Shared Stewardship Agreement. Given the exposure that our members have in rural Nevada to the risk of massive wildfires, we are very pleased with the progress that has been taking shape over the past several years through the Nevada Shared Stewardship Agreement. This ongoing partnership between state and federal agency has been extremely successful to this point and have gone a long way in carrying through strategically planned and cooperative projects to deal proactively before wildfire begins. The most beneficial way of dealing with wildfire is to properly manage fuel loads to prevent them from burning and turning into massive fires to start with. We're aware that through the Nevada Stewardship Agreement, federal and state agency partners are also providing opportunities for engagement of counties, tribes, conservation districts, fire protection districts, non-governmental organizations, and private property owners, all working collaboratively to identify and implement priority projects. One possible improvement area could come in consistent investment by the state of Nevada. This funding would allow the shared stewardship partnerships to address unmet treatment needs. They would also assist with assurance of financial resources for ongoing maintenance, lack of protection for state and private lands, as well as providing for local capacity to support implementation. Lastly, this approach for consistent funding would improve the opportunities to tie in with matching funds from federal investments. We encourage the committee to consider favorably the proposals that are brought forward in connection with the Shared Stewardship Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Dave Cochran, C-O-C-H-R-A-N. I am the chief of the Reno Fire Department. I'm also the president of the Nevada Fire Chiefs Association. We represent all the local fire service agencies throughout the state of Nevada. I would echo the comments you just heard regarding the shared stewardship agreement. That is what I'm speaking to, and in particular, its relationship to the local agencies like mine. Local agencies collectively have always been the largest resource for fighting fires, for the suppression side of things. In recent years, we have adopted and recognized the value of being proactive. That is the prevention side of things, which is where the shared stewardship agreement targets. You've seen local agencies hire on their own crews to do fuels mitigation, to get out there in the wildland-urban interface and be proactive in terms of preventing wildfires or mitigating the effects of those wildfires. And whether it's crews or, for example, a project that we're doing in Reno, sponsoring private agencies to do the same work to either harden the infrastructure or harden the areas around individual residences in that wildland-urban interface, which we have a lot of here in the north. Those are all super valuable, not only on the federal and state, but on the local level. The last thing I would add, in Reno, we have the concept in our strategic plan of setting the right resource to the right call at the right time. The shared stewardship agreement has a similar concept. It says do the right work in the right place at the right scale. And what that speaks to is being effective, appropriate, and efficient with the resources we have. And the support that this committee can offer in favor of the shared stewardship agreement would advance those causes. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your service to the state. Do we have anyone else in Carson City? Seeing no one at this time, and we will have another public comment at the end of the meeting, we're going to go to broadcast and the phones. Broadcast, is there anyone on the phones for public comment?
Thank you, Chair. To provide public comment, please press *9 on your phone or raise hand in your Zoom window to provide public comment. Caller, you're unmuted. Please proceed. Caller, please press your audio button in your Zoom window to unmute. Christine Austin Preston, please proceed. This caller is having problem unmuting. I'm going to move to the next caller. Caller with the last 3 digits, 108. Please press *6 to unmute your phone. Caller with the last 3 digits, 108. Please press *6 to unmute your phone. Please proceed.
This is Lydia Teal, L-Y-D-I-A-T-E-E-L, the Vice President of Nevada Bighorns Unlimited. And we're the largest nonprofit wildlife conservation organization in Nevada with over 3,500 members who are primarily sportsmen and outdoor enthusiasts. We're calling in today in support of the Nevada Shared Stewardship, and we strongly believe it provides a positive impact towards Nevada's natural habitat and wildfire restoration. We'd like to thank all of the agencies involved for collaborating together on such an important program. Thank you.
We'll try this again. Caller with the last three digits, 108. You are unmuted. Please proceed. Caller, we are having problems hearing you on our end. Miss Austin Powers, Miss Austin Preston, please press star. Excuse me, you are on Zoom. Please press your audio button on the Zoom window. Unmute. Go ahead, please. Austin Preston, you are unmuted on our end. If you could please speak. We'll move to the next caller. Once again, I'll make the announcement. We are on public comment. If you wish to provide public comment, please press star 9 on your phone or raise hand in your Zoom window. Chair, we are having problems unmuting the last caller. At this time, the public line is open and working, and there are no additional public comment callers at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. And a reminder that we will have public comment at the end of the meeting as well. So if you were unable to make public comment this morning, we look forward to having you join us again at the end and ask that you call in or Zoom in again at that time. And thank you so much for the comments we did receive this morning. And with that, we are going to move on to our first presentation. We're going to go to agenda item number 3, an update on the Nevada Shared Stewardship Agreement. We have a number of individuals from both state and federal agencies joining us to present from their respective agencies. Presenting today are Sheva Gabor, Nevada Liaison, Forest Service, Intermountain Region with the United States Forest Service, and Casey, State Forester Fire Warden with Nevada's Division of Forestry. The committee really appreciates everyone coordinating their schedules to be here today, and we'd love for you to proceed when you're ready and introduce yourselves for the record. Thank you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, again for the record, Casey, just the initials, Casey. For my name, State Forester Fire Warden for the Nevada Division of Forestry.
Sheva Gabor, U.S. Forest Service, and I'm the Nevada Liaison. Thank you for having us this morning.
We're very excited to be here before you today. We've been before this committee talking about shared stewardship, but we recognize some are new, so we're going to go through a little bit of the background on the Shared Stewardship Initiative in Nevada. Let me, F5. Okay. Hopefully this will play. Uh-oh. There's no audio. But what you're hearing, I can speak over it, is News Channel 2 actually talking about an interagency burn that we did in Elko using the pack mules from the U.S. Forest Service. This was one of many of the interagency burns that we do to reduce the fuel loads. So it was a cool little 30-second snippet. We'll send it to you.
One of the highlights of the snippet was that the agencies are working together on this project as so many others under the Nevada Shared Stewardship Agreement. The Nevada Shared Stewardship Agreement was originally signed in October 2019. It's a 5-year agreement, so it's going to be expiring and we're going to be renewing it this fall. We're excited about that and what the new agreement will look like. This is a state and federal agency agreement. It was the 9th one in the country, and because we need to do things our way in Nevada, it was the first one to be inclusive of multiple agencies. So you'll see on all of our slide banners that it's multiple federal agencies, many of whom are represented in the room here today, as well as our state partners from Nevada Department of Agriculture, Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and Nevada Department of Wildlife. We're adding NRCS as a signatory, so if you look on the website and look at the agreement, you'll see that they're not signed on, but they joined us soon after, and we're pleased to say they will be signing formally this fall. Shared stewardship is around all 3 tenets of what we call the National Cohesive Wildland Fire Management Strategy, and you heard some about that from the commenters this morning. Effective fire suppression, fire-adapted communities, and finally, resilient landscapes, which is the piece we're primarily speaking to today. Shared stewardship around the other 2 aspects is through some different bodies. There's the fire board around fire suppression, and of course, the state forester works closely through her department with the fire adapted network. So today we'll focus on resilient landscapes. You may be asking, how is this different from all the other federal and state initiatives that we have? This takes our partnerships to the next level. This is beyond just partnering to collaboration at the highest level, starting from the state office level to the field, to prioritize work together. So beyond just partnering and identifying a project and reaching out, we're looking at what needs to be done on the landscape. We're reaching out to the partners who can do that work. We're setting those priorities together. And as Chief Cochran said, it's about the right work in the right places at the right scale, not just fuels reduction and forest thinning, but ecosystem restoration and restoring our landscapes to more of a resilient nature so that they can resist and recover from wildfire.
All right, so the agreement deliverables that were originally addressed in the first agreement, the first thing we had to do, to Sheva's earlier point, how is this different? We found that we have been trying this. I've been working here for 23 years, I learned yesterday. And we had tried this many times to work. We have worked well together as partners, but the difference was we recognized we had to do something different in how we address our staff to work differently together. So we set up a executive committee. That was one of the first charges. We also have a technical advisory committee made up of all of the agencies you see behind you and on this screen. So the point was to direct our staff that though you guys have worked well collaboratively in areas where it's worked in the past, now we want you to start planning together and implementing together in these areas of highest risk. And then you need to define those areas of highest risk. That was another one of the early deliverables. What are we targeting? Where are we targeting these areas? We had to pull a lot of data to figure out what are the areas of need. We'll go into that in the next slide. We did decide that we had a couple things we wanted to hit in the deliverables. One was increasing the annual acres by 50% by 2025. You'll note we're not there yet, but we have overshot that target. I will tell you the numbers here in a couple slides. So everything that we agreed to do in the deliverables has been done. Now it's time to relook. We are working together to say, what do the next 5 years look like in this agreement?
So on this slide, you'll see the priority landscapes, and we set 13 of those to start with. Those are identified based on wildfire risk to our shared values. And those values are detailed in the agreement, but they include communities, watersheds, wildlife habitat, tribal and cultural values, rangeland forage, recreation access, transportation and energy infrastructure, and industry infrastructure, among others. So if you like to hunt or hike, if you live near a wildland community, if you graze livestock or work in mining or tourism, if you drink water, these are areas that are important to protect from unwanted wildfire. So we didn't just start from scratch. There's been a lot of work, as State Forester Casey has said, to identify some larger areas to begin with. NDF's Forest Rangeland and Watershed Health Action Plan was one of the early planning efforts that identified some priority landscapes. These are a bit tiered down, and we revisited the data that was used for those collaboratively with all the partners, looked at new data to incorporate, and chose some smaller landscapes where we felt that we could make a difference quickly. These are not set in stone. We adapt them through discussion as needed, but they're a way to focus our efforts, try to get these areas to what we refer to as maintenance condition, rather than dispersing our efforts. We're committed to the shared stewardship approach across the state in all of our work, but these were just ways to focus efforts. You can't, if everywhere's a priority, nowhere's a priority, so it's a first tier to get work done. One thing to know is that these landscapes have proven very successful in terms of leveraging funding, and you'll see that in the next example that Casey presents on the Paradise landscape. What we've done for each of these landscapes and what was called for in the agreement was to stand up interagency groups. And while the agreement itself is state and federal, the landscape level planning groups incorporate a multitude of other partners: counties, conservation districts, homeowners associations, non-governmental organizations, private landowners, fire protection districts. Anyone that's interested in getting work done on the ground is invited to engage at the landscape level and help us determine what work needs to be done and how to move that forward. So with that, I'll turn to Casey to talk about one of those examples.
First, I want to say, for those of you who've heard this presentation, this was the biggest feat in my 23-year career. We had tried to do this in an earlier planning effort when I was very brand new into, we didn't call it shared stewardship back then. I think it was called fire planning analysis. It's a bad word. Nobody says it anymore. We couldn't even agree on the problem, let alone the areas in which we were going to agree to work. Flash forward, this was a very easy process. I do want to highlight that there are other terms that you heard today and you might be hearing in the news: the Forest Service's wildfire crisis strategy landscapes and the BLM's restoration landscapes. It is not just by whim that those actually align very perfectly, although they are a little bit larger based on their jurisdictional areas. And to Sheva's earlier point, at the ground level, this was the first initial drawing of these boundaries at the ground level. They are there to identify and recreate the shapes, what makes sense for what they're doing on the ground. So we wanted to highlight a couple areas of success. The first is our Paradise landscape outside of Winnemucca, Nevada. This was a high priority area, obviously, for annual invasive grass species. We've had a lot of fire in this and disturbance in this area. We've lost a lot of it over time. The more fire we see, the less natives that we see coming back into those ecosystems. So this was a high priority landscape for us, and this is just an area where we brought together, there is a long list of funding. I'm not going to read them all off for you. You can see them on there. But this was an area where we took limited funding sources, limited crews, limited staffing, and actually made a very large project that's going to be highly impactful. So the point of this effort is to, take our limited assets, both in funding and in staffing and contractors, and get the biggest bang for our buck, regardless of whose land it is that we're treating. So this is one. Sheva's going to go into the next one.
And I want to point out that, speaking on behalf of the Forest Service really briefly, both for Paradise Landscape, which we received a Joint Chiefs Landscape Restoration Partnership grant for, and for the Wildfire Crisis Strategy landscapes, there's no accident that those are in the shared stewardship landscapes. That's part of what we use to justify our proposals and to leverage that funding. It's something that the agency takes very seriously. So our shared priorities, state and federal, are looked at seriously for funding investments, and I think other agencies in the room could share that as well. Another example is in Spring Mountains, Pahrump down in the Las Vegas area, Mount Charleston in the surrounding area. There's a couple aspects to this project, and again, I'm not going to read everything on the slide, but I am going to highlight that, again, it's a collaborated effort. We have the local fire department, we have BLM, Nevada Division of Forestry, and the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest. There's another collaborative effort there funded by SNPLMA. So again, that's a case of using existing financial support, but incorporating the approach. I want to make one acknowledgement around this slide, which is one thing we're always striving to do is bring the wildlife and habitat side of our house and the fire suppression, fire prevention side closer together. That's something we need to continue to work on in terms of the language we use and bringing Department of Wildlife and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service into our efforts. We are all working for the same goals. Sometimes we talk about those goals differently, but this really is not just about fuel breaks, it's about restoration and resilience. So that's one thing that we continue to strive with, is to make sure they're engaged. That's particularly important in some of these fuels assessments, to make sure that we're engaging agencies that aren't traditionally thought of as wildfire related. Case, want to talk accomplishments?
Yes. So the exciting part of the slideshow presentation, accomplishments. We don't just say we're doing it. We're actually going to show you we are doing it. So this is an acreage treatment area. This is not all of the acres we've treated in the state of Nevada, but these are the focused acres we've treated in shared stewardship. The key point here is I told you earlier that we had tried, one of our goals was to increase by 50% year over year. In the first 2 years of the agreement, we were at about 74% average increase year over year. Last year, we were 109% increase over 2022 in acres treated, and the year before in 2022, we were 350% over the 75%. I'm not like a math whiz, so I'm not going to tell you exactly how all that worked, but we are doing what we said we were going to do. And hopefully, as we head into a potentially large fire season, those investments that we've put in place will actually protect communities and ecosystems and help them be more resilient. We know fire is going to occur. We're just trying to slow the progress of fire and make it less catastrophic. So we have overshot our 50% target. We're very proud of that. But we don't just treat acres. The other things that we are doing through this, we've talked housing, we've talked employee development, we've talked interagency strategies for training. We did provide a shared stewardship science seminar, which had about 60 people in participation. The purpose was to take the science, there's a lot of science and data out there, and how do we as practitioners use that at the ground level. So that is something that we were very proud of. And then in addition to that, we have prevention team members, all of us, and so we sent out prevention specialists to try to prevent human-caused fires and to help with natural resource management and resilient landscapes. And we hit over 1 million Nevadans with this increased awareness program. So we were also very proud of that.
So we want to talk some about what our needs are into the future. One of the things we asked the landscape planning groups to do was create 5-year programs of work. That's very government speak, but essentially it means looking at what needs to be done, what projects need to be happening, what management needs to occur on the ground. So we asked them to get together, bring their individual agency plans, make those into a shared stewardship program of work, and then we asked them to put numbers to that. So that's what you're seeing on this slide. We have 7 active landscapes of the 13. We're about to activate the 8th. In some cases, it's the same planning, it's the same staff handling more than one landscape because we have capacity issues in terms of our staffing. So we have the same players handling multiple landscapes. But 7 active, we're about to go likely to 8th. They get together collaboratively, prioritize their work. And again, at this level, it's not just federal and state, counties, tribes, all those partners I mentioned earlier. As long as they're looking to put work on the ground, they're welcome to engage. These documents are living documents. They will revisit them every year. The purpose is to ensure that we are addressing shared priorities, identify our out-year planning and funding needs, identify opportunities to engage additional partners, and obtain efficiencies of scale. So by putting these programs of work together and looking at them, it helps us understand if a funding opportunity comes along, where is the need? How do we match that funding up with the opportunity on the ground? And you'll see we have quantified it. And again, this is for the 7 active landscapes, 910,000 plus acres identified for treatment at a total estimated cost of over $64 million. That just gives you an example of the need in those landscapes in particular. And of course, there's a need for increased capacity, including local capacity to collaborate. Casey.
And finally, what are the support opportunities that this committee could assist us with? One is a resolution in support of the Nevada Shared Stewardship program and agreement for wildfire risk reduction and ecosystem resilience. We as agency leads recognize the importance of this, but we may not always be here. And so we hope that this continues throughout the life of our agencies, and that's one thing a resolution could help us with. In addition to that, there has been a significant investment, and in a state that is 87% owned by the federal government, that's awesome. $117 million primarily for federal land treatments. We knew that we had a lot of those areas that needed treatment, so we're very excited to get that land treated. We would like to match those on the state and private side. The federal government has invested about $9 million for those types of treatments at this time. We would be looking for state funding to match that federal funding to continue that work on the other side. And with that, we do have the executive committee in full membership, I believe, behind us, and we would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation this morning. It was really fascinating, and I think everyone got a lot out of it. We'll start with Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you're talking about a match. Are we talking 50-50 match or 1090? What kind of match are you looking for, Casey?
Thank you for the question, Senator Gokachia. Again, for the record, Casey. Anything that you could provide. There isn't a match. There are match requirements on some of these funds. In the infrastructure bill, we were able to waive some of the match requirements. So some of the $117 million that you see, it doesn't require match. So whatever the state could provide would be a great investment to help us long-term, a continued source of funding that could be available to match any grants that required match.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, just to comment on your identified future needs and looking at that picture, I'm very familiar with the area, and I can tell you they were chaining that 60 years ago, and we're still fighting the issue. So, yeah, we need some help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. And I believe we had a few questions up north from Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch, Assemblyman DeLong, and Assemblyman Gurr.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. Where in Elko County were you doing this treatment of 73,000 acres? Where did you do that specifically?
Thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Casey. We have done multiple treatments across the Elko, we call it the Elko front at this time, up into Lamoille. It's Spring Creek, Lamoille, Elko. So there are multiple treatments in that landscape, including the Spring Creek HOA up into the Lamoille Canyon and all the way in between.
So did you use herbicides on the Spring Creek HOA?
Yes, we did use herbicide application in those areas. Oh, sorry. Again, for the record, Casey. Yes, we did.
Okay. A little more follow-up. Are there any public-private projects that you're aware of going on in Nevada today, or proposed to go in Nevada?
You want to?
Thank you for the question. Sheva Gabor, U.S. Forest Service, for the record. So I would say, like in Elko in particular, like we are just using Spring Creek homeowners as an example, the federal and state entities there are partnering with Spring Creek to identify needs and get those accomplished. So if that is a good example, anywhere we have those opportunities, yes, we are doing them. And that would include leveraging like non-governmental organization funding, that type of thing.
Are you familiar with a project called Sixco in Lincoln County?
Not off the top of my, sorry, Sheva Gabor for the record. It sounds like State Forester Casey is, so I'll defer to her.
Thanks for the question. Well, I don't think it's a question, but yes, I am familiar with that.
It's a question.
Casey for the record. Yeah, I'm aware of that partnership. The PJ removal on the railway partnership, is that Sixco?
That's Sixco,
Yeah.
yes. As far as I know, I just found out about it 2 weeks ago myself. It sounds like quite a project to get the PJ encroachment cut back a lot. Have you worked in the Overland Pass area for reductions?
For the record, Casey, yes, we've worked in that area jointly. And to answer your earlier question, public-private partnerships, they're everywhere. That's part of what we are talking about. There's a mill here in the Sierra Front area. That's the whole point of this exercise. If we just treat the private land and the federal land directly adjacent doesn't receive treatment, we haven't really affected how fire is going to move through that ecosystem. And so the point of a shared stewardship exercise is to minimize random acts of conservation and really change how fire moves through. So all of these projects that we're talking about are adjacent to and working through public-private partnerships, and we are making sure that those are at a scale large enough, not just little areas where we might affect a small fire, but where large fires are coming through. We're really changing that behavior.
Thank you, and I'll leave my last question for later in another presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for presenting on this really important issue, and thank you, Chair, for the question. So looking at the priority landscapes, I was very heartened to see the Tahoe Basin is on there. That's very close to us, and I hear from a lot of constituents concerns about fire in the basin, especially with evacuating an area that really doesn't have a lot of ways to get out. And so I have kind of a twofold question. One, when we are dealing with spaces like that crosses state boundaries, are you coordinating with California agencies? And then two, are you coordinating with the Nevada Division of Emergency Management in any way? Because I know that they have a lot of money as well for prevention.
Thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Casey. Yes, to coordinating with the state of California. So the Tahoe Basin is actually covered by a very similar, the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. It came out of the Angora fire and the two presidents coming together and early recognizing that we had an issue in the Tahoe Basin. So though our shared stewardship boundaries engulf that, they have been practicing this for quite some time. And it actually was the model for which the rest of the state we were trying to get that model to work elsewhere. So there is a plan. They coordinate across the basin. Obviously, these issues that we have, insects and disease, fire, invasive species, they don't know state boundaries. They don't know political boundaries. And then the coordination with DEM, yes, we are doing that. Part of what we're doing right now is looking at how we could take their, what are they called? I'll forget it. We have community wildfire protection plans. They have hazard mitigation plans. We're trying to put those together. They do have funding from FEMA. We are trying to navigate the complications of FEMA funding and get that onto the ground in the most appropriate areas.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question, Chair. I actually have two questions. The first one, in the 5-year program, what are the 7 landscapes?
Thank you for the question. Sheva Gabor, U.S. Forest Service, for the record. So the landscapes that are active right now are the ones highlighted in green on that slide. So Elko, Spring Creek, Lamoille, South Ruby's Smith Creek, and they're under one landscape planning group. Spring Mountains, Pahrump, and we're likely about to activate Virgin Muddy under that group as well. Paradise, Sierra Front, Carson Walker, and Sierra Front and Carson Walker are being planned by the same basic group of staff, and then basin and range. Tahoe Basin isn't highlighted because of what State Forester Casey just said. They have a lot of existing structure. They had a lot of existing funding. So one of our immediate tasks is to talk with groups in the basin about how they would like to integrate into this effort, but they are essentially activated because of existing structures and groups, so.
Oh, great. Thank you. And that actually leads into my next question. Nevada is experiencing a homeowners insurance crisis right now for homes that are in the urban interface with the forest. That's particularly in Washoe and Douglas counties. What specific treatments are being done to help address that issue to make sure that our homeowners can get homeowners insurance and they don't have to sell their homes?
Casey. Thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Casey. There's a lot being done. The homeowner crisis, the insurance crisis is nationwide, unfortunately, and also in Elko County. They dropped a lot of policies there as well. They're looking at risk. So our goal was to try to reduce that risk at a large enough scale where there is impact, both through treatment areas, through shared stewardship, and other programs that all of us as agencies operate, but also through our Fire Adapted Nevada program. So, educating communities, getting them into Firewise USA, that is often recognized by some insurance holder companies that actually do provide discounts for people who are in a Firewise community, recognized and in good standing. As you know, was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago? I don't know. Life kind of melds for me anymore. But in one of the legislative sessions, we were charged with working with the Insurance Commission. So we did actually, in the state of Nevada, at the Insurance Commission level, adopt a series of ways that insurance companies could utilize the information that's happening and give discounts and or continue to insure. Unfortunately, insurance is a private industry, and so there's no way to fully make that work. There are some programs in the state of California that we looked at, but did not adopt in the state of Nevada. So there's still work to be done on that, but those were the best incentives we could come up with. And there are a couple companies in the state that are still writing for those areas, and they do have those incentives.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I believe we're going to come back down south to Vice Chair Anderson, and then we have one last follow-up from Assemblyman Gurr. And thank you again so much for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. And as we go down this rabbit hole of so many important things, are you available for us possibly to do some more of that one-to-one discussion if necessary about very specific issues that unfortunately I think we all experience in our different districts, if that would be okay, Ms. Casey, for us just to contact you one-to-one, if that might be easier with very specific areas if we had them?
Yes, of course.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Assemblyman Gurr, I believe you had a follow-up question?
I did. Thank you, Chair. Actually, let me make a comment about what the Forest Service and the Elko Fire Department people have been doing. They've been writing letters, going out inspecting properties under the insurance problem, and writing letters to the insurance companies, and they've been a big help. So it's been a positive that way. The real question, though, was when you do the mitigation programs you're doing out in the habitat, are you coordinating that with the Department of Wildlife to reseed it into the proper seeds and what we need for wildlife?
Thank you for the question. Shava Gabor, U.S. Forest Service, for the record. Yes, we're coordinating at the landscape levels. Like I said, that's something that we're continuing to work on improving, is making sure we're integrated with Nevada Department of Wildlife. They are a shared stewardship partner. Director Genet is here today if you'd like to add. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. For the record, Alan Genet. So specifically to Elko, there's some really good examples in that landscape. If you remember that Corda fire that was right there, Harrison Pass, that took out a whole bunch of really important wildlife habitat. Actually saw some pretty nasty nasty invasive weeds called Medusa head come back into it. And we've gone out there working with this group, using herbicide to get control of that, both on public and private, but then also reseeding and trying to bring back that shrub component, that bitter brush component for the mule deer herd that often relies on that for winter range. So we are working with that. That's the total intent of this whole shared stewardship program, is to contemplate the treatments and then also the future management of that, ensuring that the wildlife benefits are still on that land.
Thank you for the answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have one final question, and then I think we'll say thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I was looking at the priority landscapes, and thank you so much for highlighting in green the 7 priorities. You mentioned maybe an 8th was coming online, and I was curious what that would be and if there was more work being done to add to the priority landscapes looking into the future.
Yes, Madam Chair, Sheva Gabor, thank you for the question. U.S. Forest Service for the record, sorry about that. Yes, so Virgin Muddy and Fire Management Officer Brock Eulig is here from BLM, so I'll defer to him if he wants to add anything here. But that Spring Mountains Pahrump group has let us know that they are looking at being ready to move into the Virgin Muddy landscape, have that under the auspices of their planning group, so that would be initiated, would turn green in this list. And essentially to share what the issue is, it really is a capacity issue. We made a very conscious decision, the executive committee did, to take a phased approach to activation so that we didn't fail, not to put it, to put it bluntly. We were concerned about not succeeding. We were concerned about trying to go into all those landscapes at once without determining how it was going to work. We started with Elko, Spring Creek, Lamoille, and Spring Mountains Pahrump. We activated another few after that, and now as we see that we have the capacity and can keep them going, that's where we're adding. So Virgin Muddy is likely to turn green as an activated landscape, and I think there's going to be 1 or 2 others right behind that until we have them active in the full 13. Again, this approach isn't limited, and we are continuing to revisit both the boundaries of the priority landscapes and where we're working within those landscapes. And that's another point where I want to highlight Nevada Department of Wildlife's work they're doing with mule deer corridors, work they're doing with sagebrush core habitat. Anything we get along those lines as we move forward comes into this prioritization effort. We can adjust boundaries. If we find we're succeeding in all 13 areas, we can pick off other areas. We're working through this list first, and it really is a capacity issue more than anything. If I might cheat a little bit, I would like to add a little bit more to Assemblyman Gurr's question as well in terms of private partnerships. Natural Resources Conservation Service is another partner. I think that's a good place to point to those partnerships. EQIP funding is a source we have where we can work with private landowners, and there's a number of others. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has some as well, so direct work with landowners is another way we're engaged in public-private partnerships. Sorry for cheating a little bit there and getting a go back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we thank both of you so much for your time today, for the wonderful work that is part of the shared stewardship agreement. So thank you both so much. And with that, if you'd like to step back from the table, we thank you very much. And as the Vice Chair shared, we may be reaching out with some questions at a later date. That will move us to agenda item 4, our presentation on interstate wildfire compacts. Sensing a theme here. So staying with the Division of Forestry, we will have State Forester Fire Warden Casey, who apparently did not get to step back from the table, presenting today on interstate wildfire compacts. We thank you so much for joining us for these first few presentations and ask you to introduce yourself one more time for the record.
Thank you for having me here today. Again, for the record, Casey, State Forester Fire Warden for the Nevada Division of Forestry. This one is much quicker. And so I just wanted to introduce the idea of wildfire compacts. Back in the early 1950s, Congress allowed states to enter into wildfire compact agreements that allowed assets to move state to state, not just federal to state. For some reason, and for lots of reasons, there are 5 states that did not join: California, Nevada, Utah, New Mexico, Hawaii were the 5 states that were out. Every other state in the United States is in, including the Canadian provinces above. So we are wanting to join, and the reason I'm here before you today is I don't really know how to join, so I'm asking your expertise and guidance to help me through. Some states have actually adopted in law, so have created a bill during legislature to adopt the actual language of these compact agreements. Others have just simply asked. So I think through my statute in NRS 472, I have the ability to enter into these types of agreements, but we are just trying to verify. For the purposes of entry, we're going to enter 2 compact agreements. And the reason for this, the Northwest, I've listed for you who's in, but it's many of the Canadian provinces, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, and Hawaii was the most recent joiner just a couple weeks ago following their initial review on the Maui fire. So they are in the Northwest. Nevada would like to join that one. The issue with the Northwest Compact, it was the first compact that was agreed upon in the United States, so they were allowed to mobilize within those compact states and the Canadian areas, but they cannot mobilize anywhere else. They can't go to the Southwest, they can't go to the Northeast, and they can't go to the Great Plains. It didn't have reciprocal language, so Congress may change that over time. The Great Plains, which is weird that we would be in the Great Plains or the Northwest, but anyway, it doesn't matter really. So we would go into the Great Plains as well. That's North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Colorado, Kansas, New Mexico, and Saskatchewan. We'd love to see Nevada in that list. That does have reciprocal language. And one of the things that's important to note in these wildfire compacts, it's the web, I think you will hear at a later date. We have an auditor sitting looking at our wildfire suppression account. The web of agreements that's necessary to mobilize assets into our state and out of our state is astronomical. We are trying to minimize the number of contracts, so we have done a really good job of incorporating local government in the state of Nevada into the state's agreement with our federal partners, which allows us to mobilize to federal lands outside of the state and to bring Fed assets into the state when we need them. But in order for us to get to any other state assets, we have to have individual state-to-state agreements with that state agency. We do have them with many of them, but this, if we were able to join the compacts, it would be greatly reduce the number of individual agreements. So we'd be able to move state to state, but then also be able to bring them in a much quicker fashion. So that is my very brief conversation about wildfire compacts. It's important for not only wildfire suppression, but also the mobilization of assets if we're looking to really address our shared stewardship issues, and we're doing that through mitigation. These also mobilize assets for prescribed fire, for risk reduction projects, for resiliency projects. So if we had an aerial seeding application, we could bring folks into the state on these agreements as well for that. So with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, and we'll definitely have our phenomenal team at LCB do some research into this. We thank you for bringing it forward to us today. Do we have any questions in Southern Nevada? I believe we do have a question in Northern Nevada from Assemblyman DeLong.
Thank you, Chair. What states do we have individual agreements with?
Thank you for the question. And again, for the record, Casey, that I'm aware of right now, we have California, Wyoming, Colorado. Trying to think of the other state to states. We didn't need a Texas one that went through our federal agreement. Idaho, Washington. Those are the ones that are coming off the top of my head, but I could get you the exact list.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We would love to see that list, and I believe Senator Gokachia has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Casey, I guess I know we share a lot of resources with Utah and Arizona and New Mexico. Now, again, we're probably not truly considered a compact state with them, but we do share back and forth, resources back and forth. And of course, the big question is, as always, the billing issue. And I know you said you're talking to the auditors, but the more we open it up, maybe the deeper we get.
I don't know if it was a question, but I would like to give an answer. If Casey, for the record, yeah. So Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, all are doing the same thing we're doing. They are planning to join this. So every adjoining state will be in. California is also planning to join. And California was one of the big reasons the big five, I call us, didn't join before, because nobody wanted California in. They were afraid they would take all of the resources and nobody would get any. So they were kind of banned from the process. But it's important to have California in because we actually do utilize their resources often, and we need them to come into the state of Nevada to help us. I just would like to point out that we do actually go into these states on a federal fire. We can go in right now. We also do go in currently on state to state. So it's not a money issue. It's just that we have to get that state to state in order to send. So it causes a little bit of work up front. This makes it a lot less complicated from a billing perspective, because then our dispatch centers aren't wondering, do we have these agreements in place already before we can mobilize assets? As you all are aware, the quickness of the response is actually very important. And for us, it's not so much that we want to mobilize our staff out, although we do, from a training perspective, always want to get them different experiences. And sometimes, like last year, we had 1,300 acres burned in the state of Nevada. It was unseasonably low, the lowest in recorded history. If we had not sent our firefighters out of state, we would not have qualified firefighters in state to fight our fires this year. So it's critically important. But for us, more importantly, is when we have a big fire season, we need these other states to come here, and this would allow for that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we really appreciate your time this morning and the presentation. And we will be back in touch after we learn a little bit more from our phenomenal staff here in regards to how to join a compact. So we'll certainly be in touch. That said, I believe this time you are able to step back from the table, and we really, really appreciate your work on our number 3 and number 4 agenda items. And we are going to move to agenda item number 5, a presentation on groundwater basin maps. First up, we're going to hear from our state engineer, Adam Sullivan, from the Division of Water Resources, to present on new maps demonstrating groundwater supply conditions in Nevada. Thank you for joining us from Carson City today, and we would love to ask you to introduce yourself when you're ready and proceed.
Thank you, Chair Pizzina, members of the committee. My name is Adam Sullivan, Nevada State Engineer, and I appreciate the invite to come present this map series today. So we talk a lot about groundwater supply and concerns about the groundwater supply, and questions are often come up about what this means and where geographically the problems are. So this is a map series that was put together by DWR staff to just help make just an accessible display to help communicate groundwater supply conditions across the state. In part, this was driven by a map that we created first for the 2019 session that showed some of this data. It was a red, white, and blue map, and it showed the ratio between perennial yield and commitments, and it got a lot of circulation. It kept coming up, and I always felt like it needed a lot of explanation and qualification, because it was a simple display, and there was so much more to say about how you characterize groundwater supply. So these maps have a lot more of that content, and I'm happy to share this with you. So I'll go through each one of these a series of 6 maps and what they show, and at the end I'll touch a little bit on how to address some of the issues and the problems that come out on these exhibits. First I'll say that the map series is available on our website. All the data displayed is based on on publicly available numbers without additional interpretation of what it might mean or projection about what we should do about it. And each one of these maps on the series is accompanied with a one-page explanation of what it means, how it was derived, and what are the limitations. And that's an important accompaniment because there's always a story behind the color display. So this first map just shows basin groundwater level trends since 1984 through 2021. And this is just showing where groundwater levels are dropping and at what rate at the basin scale. So the darker the color, the greater the decline, with red being over a 1.5 feet per year on average. It also has additional information here, including where groundwater levels are affected by mine dewatering, which is, intentional drawdown. But it's important to acknowledge what that is, and that's shown with the hatched pattern. And this was generated by data, a groundwater level trend analysis that was done by the Nature Conservancy, who's also here today. And they were using publicly available data from the USGS and from Division of Water Resources. And what we see, so the greatest groundwater decline rates are in these central basins, where there's also some mine dewatering. Other things that stand out on this map, to me, irrigation-dominated basins in Humboldt County, some other localized basins around the state. I want to point out Clark County, because, and this is for referencing for another map that I'm about to show later on in the series, because we see it's relatively stable groundwater levels and some moderate decline in perump. So I'm just pointing that out for further reference. And then the other thing is there's a lot of gray basins on this map, and that indicates insufficient data for this analysis. So this is a second map which shows potential capture of surface water rights by groundwater pumping. And this is important because, it's showing where there's the highest likelihood of conflict, potential conflict among water rights. And it's important because the surface water typically have the most senior rights. They're also the first rights to be affected by regional drawdown because small changes in water level can have a big impact on base flow in springs or streams. Again, the darker color is showing where there's the greatest potential for cumulative capture. And we see that the greatest potential is where the perennial streams are and where there's a concentration of groundwater rights. Notably in western Nevada along the Humboldt River corridor and its tributaries. In the south, we see White River, Pahranagat, the Muddy River, and also Las Vegas Basin shows up on this, which is interesting. And what's that actually is representing is that pre-development there was a lot of perennial spring flow in Las Vegas that has been fully captured. So this is kind of an updated version of the map that I was talking about initially, the old red, white, and blue map. And this is showing the ratio of groundwater commitments to perennial yield. Commitments represents all the permitted groundwater rights plus exempt domestic use plus vested and reserved claims. Perennial yield is a basin scale estimate of the groundwater budget, and most of those perennial yield numbers are originated from reconnaissance level analyses that were done between the 1940s and 1970s. And this is where some alarms can go off because there's a lot of red and again, the darker colors are kind of the higher ratio, and red here indicates that commitments are over 350% of the perennial yield. So yes, that is a problem, but the magnitude of the problem and what's being done now to address it and what the needs are really depend on the localized condition. And the point being that there's a lot more than just perennial yield that needs to be considered. So this map shows actual groundwater pumpage versus perennial yield instead of the previous one, which was commitments versus perennial yield. And it paints a much bigger picture. But also, the combination of looking at this different series of maps starts to tell more of a story for any particular area. Some examples that jump out here are like Fallon jumps out to me, Las Vegas jumps out to me, and the thing about those is, as compared to the previous maps, we saw that those are places where groundwater levels are really stable. So even though this pumping to perennial yield is way out of whack, what's happening requires a little closer look at what the hydrology of those basins are and what the groundwater management is. For instance, with Fallon, that's the terminus of the Carson River, so there's a huge recharge source that's not represented in just the basin scale perennial yield. In Las Vegas, there's a very active groundwater management plan in place, and so the impact on the resource is managed. And the last map in this series is showing domestic well usage as a ratio compared to perennial yield. And domestic wells are always a challenge because they are exempt from requiring a water right permit, but are still drawing on the same common water resource. So it can be a management challenge, and it's important to consider in this type of a display. Again, Fallon jumps out here, and that's for the same reason that I described before. It's just the ratio of there's a lot of wells there. The perennial yield is really low, so it shows up, but it's not necessarily a problem. There's much more of a concern, really, when it comes to domestic wells with some areas, such as in the North Valleys, which is you can see on the inset on the bottom left. Silver Springs Valley, Pahrump, those are areas where domestic well issues are most acute. And then this final map is just a composite of all the other 5, and everything's just equally weighted. So again, there's no additional interpretation. It's just one way to exhibit as a visual tool where there either are problems or there are likely to be in the near future. And again, it's just meant to be a visual tool. It's a way of communicating the data publicly, and as I see it, kind of a kickoff to closer analysis of what's happening in any particular area. And I guess with this one, even though it's this unweighted aggregate of all the other data, just doing a reality check, it does capture pretty well, realistically, where the biggest issues are around the state. So what these maps really help bring forward is where there's the highest potential for conflicts among water rights and water users, whether that's now or the near future or the long term. It's some closing thoughts here. This is something that all Western states are dealing with. It's not a new issue, but the question is, what do we do with this kind of a map base as a reference point? Again, I find it really helpful for public communication to help us be objective and explain and prioritize what the agency is doing. And I want to close with a couple of these driving objectives for what we're trying to accomplish. To a certain extent, all of these things are part of our regular workflow, but there's also some opportunity in here for some cautious adjustments to water law to help achieve these objectives. So reducing committed water rights, we know that there's a lot of basins around the state that just have more committed than in the long term will be able to be supported. There's a number of ways to reduce these commitments. Ideally, it's in a way that is least harmful to the community affected. We're going to be hearing more about water right buybacks coming up, and that's one strategy that makes sense in some areas and can be really effective. At a larger scale, it does have some limits. It's not a statewide solution necessarily for all of our issues. Protecting existing rights, this is a foundational principle of water law within the context of priority and water availability. Preventing speculation is important. Water is a public resource. The water right is the right to use the resource when it's available and when it's in priority. Speculating on just the value of a permit is a problem without the actual need to use that water. We also need to encourage water conservation and incentivize conservation and not unintentionally penalize someone for conserving water because of the potential for losing that water right. That's a consideration. And then these last 2 points are just getting practical and what really matters to water right holders. We strive to reduce paperwork, streamline our efficiencies, and we're always working on that to some degree. And recently we did get some funding to help advance what we're doing internally, but there's still more to do there. And I'd be happy to take any questions about that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We always enjoy hearing from you. And I'm used to being in the same room with you, so it's always good to see you again, even from afar. We're going to start in the South with Vice Chair Anderson. I believe that we also had some questions from up north, but let's get started down here.
Thank you. It's nice to see you, and thank you for the presentation. I just have one question, although the alarming statistic of, what was it? That was, I just went, wait, what? The commitments are 350% of the yield is, that's an alarming statistic, obviously. But my question has more to do with the last slide when it had to do with streamline and increase in NDWR efficiencies. What is the current staffing, I guess, openings at this time? Because I know that has been a problem. And so that's one part. And then the second question on that, what are some possible ways that we as a legislative body could help you with some of those streamlines? Or is that currently already being discussed within the department?
Adam Sullivan, for the record, thank you for that question. Our staffing level is actually pretty good right now. We're at approximately 10% vacancy. We're also at capacity within our office, so we don't have any vacant desks. So we have some vacant positions, but nowhere for them to sit. And that's not but we're also working on that, and we have a near-term plan to accommodate everybody. So as far as attracting good, qualified employees and retaining employees, we're in a good state. The second question was about ways that we need help with improving efficiencies. There's a number of our processes, and I guess I'll just get specific. Some of the ways that we handle certificates, handle forfeitures, look at beneficial use and consumptive use in water right change applications. There's some, as I see it, some fairly simple adjustments that we could make, but would need, in my view, legislative weigh-in that we couldn't necessarily do just as an administrative process. And there's certain things that we do where we follow the letter of the law, and the product isn't necessarily as helpful to the public as I think it was intended to be. So I'm generally speaking, those are the areas where I think the legislature could help.
Thank you so much for that, and I'm sure that you'll be working with Chair Bzina on possibly bringing forward some language or with others then for our next sessions, and that way we could we can try to make those changes easier because, there's got to be some way that we can streamline some of these things. Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Wonderful question. Again, we always encourage everyone, as we did at the beginning of today's meeting, the solicitation of recommendations is available on the website. I believe there was a challenge with the link this morning, but it's been resolved, and we hope that we hear from you. That said, I'm going to go up north to Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for joining us once again in a morning in Natural Resources. So I think you've presented several times to this committee now about the recent court case, the need for conjunctive management, updated science. And so I was alarmed, I think, to hear that some of the science upon which we're basing these maps hasn't been updated in almost a century. And so I want to know what your office needs in the way of resources in order to update that baseline science upon which we are making these decisions.
Thank you for the question, Adam Sullivan, for the record. That leads just perfectly into our next presentation, which is addressing exactly that question. And I'm so glad you brought it up because I see it as an absolute priority for what we do.
Then I will hold it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions before leading into that next presentation?
Yes, Chair.
Actually, go ahead, and then we'll come back to Senator Gokachia.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Senator. Adam, thank you for the presentation. Really informative, and I appreciate it. A couple questions, and I'm going to reference the groundwater level trend map, which I think is a useful one to talk around. These trends are the result of, this is a question, are these trends a result of pumping of groundwater and consumptively using it?
Adam Sullivan, for the record, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then as a follow-up on that, you've identified dewatering in a number of basins, which actually does occur in very discrete locations. Does the state engineer view dewatering as a consumptive use?
Adam Sullivan, for the record, not necessarily. A lot of the dewatering water is re-injected into the aquifer, so it's not consumptive. And that's why we hatch it there on the map to make it clear that that's what's happening. But what the map is showing is actual drawdown measured in wells. One of the considerations around dewatering sites is that the data tends to be concentrated around where the drawdown is happening, right, because that's where the monitoring is going on, so it can look skewed. And that's explained, as I said, in the one pager that goes along with the maps.
Okay. Isn't it a requirement of the dewatering water rights to return that water to the basin?
Adam Sullivan, for the record, in some cases, yes. Often it's written into the permit terms that an operation is allowed to pump a certain amount, but only consume some fraction of that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll come back to the South and Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Adam, the basin status assessment is really very intriguing to me. And I assume with this data you've got on here, you're probably looking at some basins across the state a little differently now. And then the other thing that really piques my interest is the basins with shared perennial yield. How did you come up with that? This is the first time I've seen a lot of this, actually defined on a map. How'd you come up with that?
Adam Sullivan, for the record. So there's a number of groups of basins where there's an assigned perennial yield, and generally that goes back to the original studies that were done in that area that either didn't break out the basins by each having a specific perennial yield, or just didn't identify it. And the state engineer at the time use the best available science to estimate what the water budget was for that larger area. So there's no common answer. There's several places around the state where that's that have a shared perennial yield.
Thank you. As I look at your map, though, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's a dozen of them that now show shared perennial yield, and which is interesting, and yet in many cases it doesn't even recognize the surface water connections in them. And then when I look at the long piece from Steptoe Valley down through Lincoln, and that all being now groundwater condition is high, I guess then you're probably not issuing many permits in those areas. Just looking at your map, it's very intriguing to me. Thank you. So I assume you're looking at your own data and saying, okay, well, these areas where it is high, then you're probably not really interested in seeing any new applications.
Adam Sullivan, for the record, there's a number of basins around the state, almost generally speaking, all those basins where the existing appropriations greatly exceed the perennial yield, there is a state engineer order in place that's curtailing any new appropriations within that basin.
Just a quick follow-up, if I may. And I didn't have time to do the math, but between the dark orange and the red, 30% of the basins?
That's a reasonable
Are
estimate.
they considered, okay, I'm just looking at it, I'd say at least 30% of the basins then are at least, very high or high. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any other questions? Okay, with that,
Chair,
it looks like if you have.
Chair.
Okay, one
Assemblyman
more
DeLong.
question,
Just
and
one
then we'll
more
move into
question.
the next presentation.
Be quick. Just to follow up on Senator Gocachia's, just to maybe, have you calculated there, X number of basins in the state, and looking at the groundwater commitment versus perennial yield map, how many of those are in excess of 100? Have you done the math?
Yes, we have those numbers. I can provide the exact numbers if you'd like.
I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. And that will move us into the next presentation, which brings us to presentation number 6, I believe. Look at us making our way through this agenda. We thank you for your initial presentation, and you get to stay at the table for us. Thank you so much again to our state engineer, because next we're going to hear about the Nevada Water Initiative, the current status of the initiative, and the work being done toward understanding Nevada's water supply. So thank you for staying at the table, to our state engineer, and whenever you're ready, we would like to ask you to reintroduce yourself for the record, and a number of the questions that may have come up, keep in mind, we still have our state engineer here, so they can still be asked coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Pazina, members of the committee. Adam Sullivan, Nevada State Engineer. Pleased to give this presentation about the Nevada Water Initiative. I appreciate the public comments in support of this, and Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch's question. It leads well into this. This is an ongoing project. We're about a year and a half into this. I want to give you some updates about what's happening, broadly what's been accomplished, and what some of the next steps are, and what needs to be done next. It's a cooperative effort among DRI, the USGS Nevada Water Science Center, and the State Engineer's Office. I'll be giving this as an overview presentation. It's not technical. It does represent the work of many others, we have a number of the participants and the technical leads here in the audience, and if there's questions in that direction at the end, I'll have them come up and join. And also, before I forget, if there's an interest in having more of a technical presentation at some other time, the technical leads would be available and happy to do that. I'm excited about the progress that's been made on this in just a year and a half. I see this effort as really one of the most valuable foundational work products that we really need now for long-term water security in Nevada. Not only in the efficiency and the accuracy in administering water law, but also to help counties with water resource plans, to help water right owners protect existing rights, protect the natural environment, and have as much certainty as we can about resource appropriation around the state. In the last session and before, we hear a lot about we need the data. We need the data to be able to do this work, and this is it. This is what we're getting out of this project. So to start with, there's some important historical context just to be aware of. So in the 1930s and the 1940s, Nevada was really at the forefront of groundwater science and incorporating groundwater science into water law. By that time, surface water resources were all spoken for, were all appropriated. Well technology was advancing rapidly, and the new water resources were all groundwater sources. So at the time, there was a recognition that we are resource limited, and we didn't have a really good way of understanding and quantifying how much water was available for the long term. Thankfully, the legislature funded a joint work between the state engineer or the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources and the USGS and the state to embark on these what turned out to be really pioneering studies in the understanding groundwater budgets in arid regions. And these were done with a really limited amount of data at the reconnaissance level, but nevertheless, it was really good work, and it was the origin of the perennial yields that we still rely on at least as a reference point or a real guideline in determining water availability. The authors of these reports at that time often talked about the need and the necessity for revisiting these studies over time. Once pumping has occurred, once we've stressed it, the aquifer, once we have some data and understand what's going on, that was integral with their thinking at the time, and that's where we're at now. This initial investment yielded substantial returns, saving the state significant long-term costs. So even at that reconnaissance level, it's really having that baseline data has helped Nevada to not be in a much more over-appropriated condition than we already are. Some of our neighboring states, and specifically I'm thinking about California, Arizona, they didn't have that kind of a history integrated in how they administered water rights, and consequently they're talking about billions of dollars to get that back and get their arms around it, and a lot of uncertainty. We're not even close to being in that much of a hole, and in large part it's due to this work that was done long ago, and we don't want to get where they are. So the Nevada Water Initiative is a continuation of the kind of work that we need to really address the challenges that we face now and will be increasing in the future. So we talked about the MAP series. That's a helpful reference, and that's showing the current conditions of the resource. But we face escalating economic growth, development pressures, questions about the reliability of the aging science. These old studies are challenged just simply because they're old. Which is that's part of it, but there's also we also know that some of that work was kind of too cursory for our current needs, and as a state agency, we are often in a reactive mode to try to catch up to that with a small staff and many conflicting demands. In general, there's concerns about potential overuse of water resources or improper use of this critical resource. And concerns that future resource appropriation will be driven by other interests rather than good science and basic principles of water law. We have the capability to get ahead of this now. We need to update the baseline science to meet current and future needs using contemporary data and advanced scientific methods. This is foundational to how groundwater is administered. So in January 2023, a year and a half ago, Nevada authorized $6.4 million in ARPA funds to launch the NWI. It's a collaborative effort with the Nevada Water Science Center and DRI. And this work is being done by Nevada-based experts in hydrogeology who have no vested interest in the outcome except for doing good science and doing the right thing for the state. This table on the right shows the breakdown of the current funding. The equally split ARPA funds between DRI and USGS for $6.4 million. Both have matched to a certain amount, which has really enhanced our capabilities, and the total has been $9.2 million for a 4-year project. So that goes through the end of 2026, calendar year 2026. Progress is really fast. This slide sort of talks about what's being done or is currently in progress now. There was a quarterly update meeting just the other day. There's over 20 scientists working on different aspects of this and working together. There's a lot of momentum, there's a lot of synchronicity, and it's exciting to be a part of. These statewide data sets for groundwater discharge, for measuring consumptive use, historic pumping are well underway. Optimizing the methods to quantify groundwater recharge, to quantify interbasin flow, are building on the proven methods that have been shown to work in this sort of a setting. We want to learn, take what we've learned and apply it in a consistent manner going forward. So we're applying these methods in a couple of demonstration basins to really build out a full water budget analysis and demonstrate the utility. And all this work will be published, it's peer-reviewed, will be publicly available through bulletins and web-based resources. So the two demonstration basins are these two, in Pine Valley, mostly in Eureka County, also at the headwaters of the Humboldt region, and then Railroad Valley, which is mostly Nye County, which is at the base of the Quinn Range along the east, and is, has a vast playa in the middle of the Railroad Valley, which is that's an important area of study. This work all started with extensive public outreach so that people who live there and hold water rights there and farm and ranch there know what's going on and are part of it, and it's been well received. So again, NWI is foundational for what we need for future groundwater administration. There's really two primary criteria for reviewing water right applications. Is water available, and would its use conflict with existing rights? These are fundamentally hydrologic questions and also administrative questions, but we really need good science to make those determinations and support these kinds of needs of the public, understanding consumptive use, developing budgets, ensuring water availability for different municipal, ag, industrial uses, safeguarding future public health and economic prosperity. It's vital that we have good science. The next phases of the project are to apply these methods to further priority basins or regional groundwater flow systems. On our part as the state, making this work applicable to the administrative processes that we need, and communicating publicly about what that means and how that works. We have 2.5 more years of funding from the ARPA allocation, which is partway through the next biennium. We, as the state and the department, are pursuing a couple of opportunities for federal funding going forward, and that's in the works. We also dedicate some of the non-discretionary funds that the division has available for NDWR's part in the work, where it benefits the basins that pay into those funds. As a state, we need to continue to invest in groundwater science, both for efficiency in government services and certainty for resource appropriation. The return on the investment is really high, and I point to that work that was done in the 20th century for how much we've benefited from that as an example, and the cost of not doing this is debilitating in the long term because these problems continue to get more difficult. So as just some closing thoughts, Nevada is the most water limited or the driest state in the nation. We know that there's not enough water to go around to meet all the desires and the demands. This puts our division in a tough spot, and it's getting harder for us to continue to have a high functioning division and make accurate and defensible decisions about groundwater supply into the future. We need this work to continue. I'm excited about what's being done so far, and I really feel that we're heading in the right direction and doing the right thing for the state. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. And if you want more technical details, I can draw on the technical experts that are here today too.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think we're going to start up north with questions and then come back down south. I believe Assemblyman DeLong had one, and then Assemblyman Gurr.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have two quick questions. But I'd just like to state, I'm in complete agreement that this is needed, and it's essential that we get a handle on this issue. My questions, the first one's, I think, relatively, that federal funding you mentioned, is there going to be a required state match to get those federal funds?
Adam Sullivan, for the record, thank you for that question. I don't have a clear answer on that. It depends on how the funding proceeds. Okay. There is, in some ways, it goes both ways. Like, if we have the state funding available, then we're more likely to get federal funding, and sometimes vice versa.
All right, and then my second question is, how are you going to prioritize which basins as you march through the 200 or whatever I can't remember the number of basins. As you go through those, how are you deciding which ones to do first, second, and third, et cetera?
Adam Sullivan, for the record, that is a good question, and it's a part of the ongoing discussion among the people who are working on this. In part, it depends on how the funding looks going forward and what our capacity is, because it is somewhat scalable. But you know, the priority basins or the regions that we're looking at are those where we either have questions about the current estimates that we have, or doubt, or we just recognize that the numbers need to be updated. Other considerations are: is there a likelihood of development pressures in the near future, that would be a place that would benefit more than say an area that's fully developed already, and we already have a lot of ongoing work done and groundwater management in place. So we're looking at where the work would be most beneficial for the area.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for the presentation. I agree with Assemblyman DeLong. It's a very necessary forward-thinking process. My question is really simple and probably really old. Early in your presentation on this particular item, you alluded to most of the surface water has been adjudicated in the state of Nevada? Or appropriated, adjudicated to. Yeah.
Adam Sullivan for the record. Yes, all the major surface water sources in the state have been adjudicated.
So some of the minor ones like was it 036 and 037, have you adjudicated those units yet? There's ranches in there with streams and water rights that I'm not sure they really have them, according to state records.
Adam Sullivan for the record. It might depend exactly on the source. Sometimes there are claims of vested right on small perennial streams that have not yet been adjudicated. So that could be the case. In some places, those have been appropriated through the permitting process. But I don't know exactly what site you're talking about, but oftentimes this gives me an opportunity to point out that in some of those places where, say, there's one ranch on a single source and it hasn't been adjudicated yet, there is a statutory deadline for filings of claims of vested right by the end of 2026. And if you know anyone among your constituency who uses a water right and it's been in continuous use since before water law was enacted, and they don't have a claim of vested right, they need to file that claim.
That answers it, but Ruby Valley was one of them that I was aware of too. That most of those ranchers out there for years said, we just use water, we don't have any vested water right in it according to the state of Nevada. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's a question.
Adam Sullivan for the record, that is actually a really good example. Ruby Valley has not been adjudicated, and it's one of the places where you characterized it well. There's a lot of surface water, especially along that northwest portion of the basin, and the adjudication has been initiated. But I wouldn't say it's been at the top of our list because of,
I can understand that.
Staff capacity.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch, who also has a question.
Thank you, Chair. I think that our Northern delegation is all in agreement that this is essential, and I'm really glad that you're presenting this and you're doing this work. So I'm going to repeat my earlier question, which is, what do you need from us? For next session, are you looking for a continuation of the funding level you got last time? Are you looking for an expansion? What can we do to help you get this done?
I greatly appreciate that question, Adam Sullivan, for the record. Like I said, the current funding expires most of the way through the next biennium. As a target, we're looking at $4 million per biennium going forward to continue the work. That could change depending on other funding sources and matching opportunities. It's also somewhat scalable. But that's a good amount because we're more limited by staffing and time than dollars. It's not a lot of money. That can go a really long way. But having some consistency and some reliability in that funding source is really important because what it enables, so let's say the USGS to do, is to bring on staff and keep those staff knowing that they'll have a reliable source of funding, so we get that continuity and a lot more efficiency in the products.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any questions here in Southern Nevada? Senator Gokachia, I mean, it wouldn't be a water hearing if I didn't hear from you.
No, and Mr. Sullivan, I really appreciate that. And of course, there's no doubt we need to move forward with the water initiative. But I guess my only question is, I've been wondering about it since you came up with the demonstration basins, but just exactly why did we end up there other than we've got two basins that combined won't have 1,000 people in them. There's no real growth or demand on them as far as, say, from, why didn't we take one on the western side of the state that was witnessing some growth? Or, I mean, how is this a demonstration basin? It's both predominantly ag. If you take duck water out of it, there wouldn't be 50 people. in both basins, why using those as a demonstration?
Thank you for the question, Senator Goycochea. Adam Sullivan for the record. There's a number of reasons, and the group spent a lot of time considering different possibilities, and the examples you brought up were among those options. These basins represent some characteristics that we see in a lot of different places around the state. So by doing this work in those areas, it can be really transferable to other locations. So hydrogeologic setting, also develop. You mentioned that there's very few people, but there's also a lot of I would say anticipated development demands on those areas or areas that have similar characteristics. They're also pretty big areas. They have some interesting dynamics with adjacent basins, with underlying different bedrock aquifer materials and different kinds of development that wasn't even conceived of let's say in the 1950s and 60s, where we're able to reach different kind of depths in the basin, and we're actually seeing some impacts at the surface that we don't have good explanations for. So there's a lot of lessons to be learned in those areas and a lot of opportunity. I'll say it was not an easy decision to pick what the demonstrations would be, but that's where the group landed for a variety of different reasons.
Yeah, thank you. It sounds like it's way over my pay grade, but I was just concerned that we aren't dealing with, a bunch of domestic wells, which is an issue across a lot of this state. And, I would have thought a demonstration basin might have incorporated a piece of that with maybe a more ag-centered, say like Pine Valley or something. But again, the impacts are just different, I think, from what we're seeing across the state as a whole in those two basins. So thank you. But again, we need to move forward, and I'm not sure what's down there under the ground. I don't see very far under it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Goycochea, for your question, for all of our questions from the north, and of course to our state engineer, who's always so knowledgeable and here to answer those questions. Some of us may reach out at a later time as well if we have any more questions arising from today's presentation. And with that will close item number 6. If you'd like to step back from the table, we appreciate having you here today, always. And that will move us to item number 7 on today's agenda, the presentation on other states' experiences with water rights retirement. I'd like to thank Senator Goycochea for bringing legislation last session, which led to a number of the presentations that we have here today. And we really appreciate his legacy on water here in Nevada, and he will be very, very missed on this committee, both during session and during the interim. So with that said, in item number 7, we have 3 presentations under this item. First, we'll hear from Laurel Saito, the Nevada Water Strategy Director with the Nature Conservancy, who we also enjoyed hearing from during the legislative session. And we thank you so much for joining us from Carson City. Please introduce yourself for the record when you're ready to begin.
Thank you very much. As you said, I'm Laurel Saito, S-A-I-T-O, and I am the Nevada Water Strategy Director for the Nature Conservancy in Nevada. And we thank you for this opportunity to share information about groundwater rights retirement as a potential tool for addressing water sustainability in Nevada. The Nature Conservancy's mission is to conserve the lands and waters on which all life depends, and water resources in our water-limited state are a critical aspect of achieving that mission. We analyzed groundwater level trends in over 6,500 wells with sufficient data across the state and found that 39% had significantly declining groundwater level trends between 1984 and 2021. So we know that impacts of groundwater overuse are already being seen in some places in Nevada. Policy strategies may be helpful for managing and sustaining groundwater-dependent ecosystems in Nevada, and including having a toolbox of options to resolve conflicts with existing water right holders and detriments to natural resources to provide flexibility and multiple benefits. We've shared some materials to accompany the presentations on groundwater rights retirement in Colorado and Kansas that we will hear shortly. And the first is a memo that was prepared by Debbie Leonard at Leonard Law. That is part of our packet. And this addresses the question of whether Nevada revised statutes already has a mechanism by which groundwater rights can be permanently removed from use and rendered unavailable for future appropriation. And Ms. Leonard concluded that a statutory change is probably warranted and suggests some language in her memo. And we also attached a 2-page handout, and I have extra copies if people are interested, that summarizes groundwater rights retirement programs and legislation in other states, including Oregon, Colorado, and Kansas. And today we will hear about groundwater rights retirement programs in Kansas and Colorado. And so I'd like to introduce the next speaker now, and that would be Director Steve Frost, who is the Executive Director of the Kansas Department of Agriculture. He has over 17 years of experience with Kansas Department of Agriculture's Division of Conservation and has worked with groundwater retirement programs for over a decade. And he has also served as Kansas Department of Agriculture's Water Commissioner and later the General Manager of Groundwater Management District Number 3. And he's going to share Kansas's experience with groundwater rights retirement. So I will turn it over to Mr. Frost.
Mr. Frost, we're ready for you when you're ready to begin, and thank you for joining us today.
Madam Chair, and good morning, committee members. I really appreciate the chance to visit with you today. My name is Steve Frost, S-T-E-V-E-F-R-O-S-T, and as Laurel indicated, I'm the director of the Kansas Department of Agriculture's Division of Conservation in Manhattan, Kansas. And the division has a number of voluntary financial assistance programs dealing with water quality, soil health, watershed dams, and a number of other water-related conservation projects, including water right retirements, and that is the subject that I'm here to visit with you about today. So if you can see my screen there, I will move forward and try to be very brief and look forward to the opportunity. So currently, the state of Kansas has 2 operational water right retirement programs. One is called the Upper Arkansas River Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, which is a CREP project, a joint effort between the federal and state government with USDA, and also a solely state-driven project called Water Transition Assistance Program. So I'm going to talk about the CREP project first. It's kind of probably the larger one at the moment that we are working with. CREP is an enhanced version of the popular CRP program. It's implemented through a federal and state partnership with FSA, the Farm Service Agency, and the state of Kansas to address specialized resource concerns, specifically in this case, groundwater depletion. I think there are about 5 different states now that have this type of groundwater conservation resource concern integrated into a CREP project. In these particular programs, the state partner must provide at least a 20% match, and 10% of that must be in direct cash payments to producers. So in this case, the Division of Conservation is the primary project coordinator. NRCS is the provider of technical services to the Farm Service Agency and producers that are implementing, CREP, CRP contracts under the enrollments. But in our case, there are many, many other state agencies, local conservation, groundwater management districts, and NGOs, such as the Nature Conservancy, that are contributing to the projects and goals and objectives of the effort. So in every case, it's a voluntary incentive-based program. It allows producers to enroll their eligible irrigated acres. And I think these are all specifically concentrated into irrigation-based groundwater users. Targeted areas for 14 to 15-year
Mr. Frost, I'm going to
contracts.
interrupt really briefly to see if you can put this in full presentation mode, just to make it a little bit easier for us to see. It looks like it might be in notes mode, and we just are really interested in your presentation and want to make sure we have a chance to view it in its entirety.
tell you the truth, I'm a little bit lost on how I'm going to get from where I am to that.
If you go up to the display settings, you should be able to choose, yeah, that you can swap the slides. Great.
Is that better? Okay.
Yes.
So apologize for that, but appreciate the tip. So again, we're kind of like working with landowners that can enroll in 14 to 15-year contracts with Farm Service Agency. And in return for the enrollment at a special Farm Service Agency irrigated rental rate, these are not just the typical kind of dry land rates, but they're very special enhanced irrigated rental rates. They provide additional cost share opportunities in the enrollment for certain cost share practices. And the state provides an upfront signing payment from the Division of Conservation. So in return for that, the producer agrees to provide, some type of a conservation cover, which is typically a native grass. It could be a wildlife habitat. There are several options available on those enrolled acres, and then permanently retire the associated state irrigation water rights on that same acreage. So just to give you kind of a view, this program has been in effect since 2007, and during that time, we've enrolled 172 water rights totaling over 48,000 acre feet of annual water right appropriations, retiring water from 215 wells on almost 24,000 acres, which have been enrolled to date. So here's a picture of the project area that we're working with, and kind of just a synopsis of where these water right enrollments are occurring. On the left side of the picture of the map is the Colorado-Kansas state line. It basically involves about 13 counties in the river corridor that goes all the way to the area around Great Bend, Kansas. We just recently added this area here in called Rattlesnake Creek, which is the subject of a major water right controversy between the state landowners and a U.S. Fish and Wildlife refuge called Quivira National Wildlife Refuge, excuse me. And so we've added that in an attempt to try and deal with some of these groundwater consumption issues with voluntary CREP enrollments in a project like this. Here's just to give you a quick example of how the payment structure works. For example, a person that has a full quarter, 160 acres, that has an irrigated center pivot on it, that would be about 130 acres. The rental rates that we're seeing in a typical county right now are $174 per acre from Farm Service Agency. That's about $22,000 per year. Over the 15-year life of the contract, that would be $339,000. If they have dryland corners that they've been farming and they can show that to FSA in their farm records, they can include that. Might involve another about $19,000 plus dollars. And then adding the state incentive signing payment would give the producer an additional $48,000 for about a total of $407,000 altogether for the 15-year enrollment of the acreage plus the permanent retirement of the irrigated water right. So just to let you know, and I know this won't make a lot of sense to you, but it's important, I think, to recognize for states that are contemplating a CREP type of a project that the irrigated rental rates from Farm Service Agency can go up and they can go down. So from a producer's standpoint, they never know exactly from year to year what they might be looking at if they wait. Is this the best time, or would it be better, to wait? Our project is based on the history of recent pumping over the last 5 years of reported water use. And so if there's a situation where for some reason they're not pumping, they might lose the opportunity to be eligible just based on the fact that they haven't. So again, just wanting you to know that the rates are variable. And they're based on what are called county NAS rates, National Agricultural Statistic Surveys. Our state is actually retaining a consultant to help us provide alternative rental rates, because the Farm Service Agency doesn't always consider other types of income that factor into county rental rates, such as government payments. And so we're able to significantly raise some of these rates a lot higher than they would be normally proposed by Farm Service Agency. So just something to be aware of if you think you might be moving forward. On the financial part of how this project works, again, we had 140 approved contracts that represent about $1.8 million of those direct payments by the state of Kansas to the producers. So those are the state's sign-up incentive payments. To meet the match requirements for the federal government in the program, there's been about $17 million of both direct and indirect expenditures and other in-kind costs from state, local, private partners. And in support of the project to match an estimated total of, to date, $56 million in federal costs. And that's basically the payments to producers for the CRP payments, annual CRP payments. So I'm going to move quickly to our other program in Kansas, which is the state-driven one. It's called, again, Water TAP, or Water Right Transition Assistance Program. It's also a voluntary incentive-based conservation program designed to manage aquifers and streams that are in critical need of restoration. And again, by compensating landowners for the permanent retirement of irrigation water rights. There are only a few targeted areas around the state. It's not available on a statewide basis either. What's a little different about this state-driven one is that in this case, the cost share grants can be provided for partial water rights. It doesn't require the entirety of the water right to be retired, which is attractive. We found that people haven't utilized it very much yet, but there's certainly a lot of potential that they could just reduce some of their allocation and then go with limited irrigation. And another thing that's really important to people here is that dryland farming is permitted after the retirements, because in contrast to the CREP program, where it's a CRP program requiring like a conservation cover, this one does not. And so naturally, you wouldn't be limited to just raising grass. You could go on with dryland farming of some other type of row crops or whatever the soil, and of course the precipitation circumstances would allow. And I know that's going to be different in every state, from state to state. So the way that it works in this case, in contrast again to the CREP project, where it's just a continuous enrollment, if you meet the eligibility requirements, you can get in. In this one, we have a couple of enrollment periods each year, usually one in the fall. And then any bids or applications that we get are ranked on the basis of competitive bids on which the landowner would be willing to accept in terms of $1 per acre foot of the historic consumptive use, and then how much they would be willing to accept if their application is approved. And then we will rank those based on the impact to the local water system that we're trying to protect, and then evaluate those among all of the competing bid proposers and see exactly how much that would cost and which ones would provide the greatest consumptive use reductions to the target area. So right now we've established kind of a maximum eligible bid rates in each of the target areas, which range in some cases from $2,750 to $4,000 per acre foot of historic consumptive water use. There's a few stipulations, of course, that the water rights must be in good standing, that they've not been abandoned, or that they haven't had any penalties on their water use or other types of things as far as non-compliance. So we watch that very closely. Here's an example of the one particular target area that we're working in right now. It's based on a couple of small municipalities in far western Kansas, very close to the Colorado border. The idea here is that we're trying to protect the municipal water supplies, which are suffering a lot of depletion effects from the nearby irrigation all around these towns. So the towns aren't pumping that much water, but the irrigators around them are. And historically, the water tables have dropped so much that it's endangering these public water supplies. So we're concentrating some of the enrollments these last few years around these particular areas, and we're getting a lot of response. And I think that's really doing a nice job of kind of focusing the effort into a small area where we can really see some benefit. Here's just kind of a little summary of what we've experienced so far. This program has also been operating since 2007. There hasn't been funding from the legislature each and every year, but for the about 10 years that we did have a good funding, we've retired about 5,750 irrigated acres and 34 irrigation water rights. 2.7 thousand acre feet of historic consumptive water use has been retired, which represents, about 8,000 acre feet of the kind of the approvable or permitted water appropriation rights. The average cost to date, and it's, things started out a lot lower, so this average is to be taken in with a little bit of, background. But the average is $1,413 per acre foot of that historic consumptive water use. It's not the same as the face value of the water rights, so you have to think about that too. But so far, we've invested about $3.9 million in state funds in this program. There's an opportunity to get match from federal, local, or other NGO dollars, and so far we've seen a match of different sources of about $1 million, which has really contributed to the producer incentive to actually go ahead and make an enrollment or possibly not. Sometimes it can get them right over the edge with those other sources of income. So here's a couple of things I just wanted to point out in our brief time together. If you're contemplating something like this, and you may have experience from other states that indicates differently, but in our experience, the geographic area of the water retirements must be very, very targeted to be effective. You might remember the map I showed you of the upper Arkansas River CREP. I mean, it's like a 13 county area that covers millions of acres. And even though it may look like there's a lot of enrollment there for the amount of geographic area that's considered, that's really a drop in the bucket as far as the impact it's having there. So the more focused it can become, the lot more effective, I think, and more cost effective the project stands to be. Another thing, as I pointed out here, the opportunity to continue farming dryland after a irrigation water right retirement is a big factor for landowners. If you're in a state where it's so arid or that the soils are so difficult that they can't be farmed without irrigation anyway, it's not really a factor. And we certainly have a lot of that here in Kansas, right along the Ark River. But CREP does limit the opportunity to dryland farm for 15 years after the water rights retired. So that's a factor that people are really considering. The state of Colorado just recently came out with a dryland farming practice under CRP, which seems kind of like an oxymoron, but Kansas is trying to duplicate that as well. And we're working with the national office and FSA to try and get that done. So I think if we can, that's certainly going to enhance the interest and the participation and enrollment. So just comparing the two programs, CREP is a much more state agency cost effective. 90% of the costs are paid by the federal government, but it does come with some other program bureaucracy and federal complications. The state-driven program that we have is relatively very expensive. And, I think that's why sometimes the legislature hasn't had the funding to finance it. In other years they have, but, overall, the CREP program, if you can accommodate your needs with that, it's certainly a lot more cost effective from the state point of view. And so with that, I would just, try to pause and answer any particular questions that you might have. And if not, I certainly thank you absolutely for your time and being able to share this with you today.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Director Frost, and thank you for making that fix. I think maybe the presentation was showing fully in Carson City, but for whatever reason in Las Vegas, we only had the notes version, and with my old eyes, I was unable to make it out, so I really appreciate the update. I'm going to hand it over to our Vice Chair. Thank you again for the first question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Frost, for bringing forward this information. My first question, because I just have two, actually comes from slide 10, when you went through all the different contracts that were approved and the one-time state sign-up incentives and everything else that happened with that. Was this I guess I'm wondering about the timeline. Was it just, hey, we're going to jump all in, or did you do it little bit by little bit? Was there kind of like kind of what happened with us with maybe a smaller group and then you learn from that? Or was it, we're just going to let this evolve organically? How did the process grow over that time frame, I guess is what I'm asking.
Great question. Thank you for the question, Steve Frost, for the record. So I'm wondering, are you referring to the state program or the federal program?
Thank you so much for that clarification. The state program in particular, because I'm sure that there were many times that there was a partnership with the federal program. But in this case, I'm really interested in the state program and how it grew.
Yes, thanks for the clarification. Again, Steve Frost for the record. So it has been kind of a work in progress as far as the development of that state-driven program. It initially started out with 2 target areas identified by the legislature in the authorizing statute. And those were 2 areas that were of kind of a compelling interest to the state of Kansas. One was this federal wildlife refuge near called Quivira, near Stafford, Kansas. The other one was with the Republican River Compact in the state of Nebraska. So it started off that way. We really didn't get very much participation in either of those areas for kind of some kind of cultural, social values that people were hanging on to there with regard to their water rights. And people do religiously hang on to these water rights for different reasons. But it kind of evolved and grew from there. There were some other target areas that were established by groundwater management districts that had some very good management plans that they were able to utilize this in conjunction. You know, it's kind of like one tool in the toolbox kind of thing, I think, as Laurel mentioned. But with regard from there, you know, again, it was several years later that we kind of adopted this latest version of the target area around the municipalities, and that's been working quite well.
Thank you so much. So this is not just a, hey, we're just going to jump in and solve everything. So that's good to hear. The second question is based upon information that came from slide 12 when you spoke of the grants that are ranked. And you went into it a little bit, but then I'm thinking about this presentation as well as the prior presentations where we had the map of the historical levels and everything. Is this the historical consumption water use? Is this based on data from the prior year, from the prior 10 years, from the historical data? I guess I'm a little bit confused about how that historic consumption water use timeframe would be utilized, or how it was. How it would be used, I guess, with the competitive grant process. And who is involved in making that decision? Was it only one office staff member, or were there also elected officials involved in the competitive process?
Great. Also, very good questions. Again, Steve Frost for the record. So on the first count, the historic consumptive water use term is sort of a term of art, I guess, in hydrology and those kind of things. I know that your chief engineer there would be very familiar with it. As far as this particular program, and I think there can be variations of how historic consumptive water use is analyzed or evaluated. In this case, the legislature, based on the advice of our chief engineer, put some formulas in the statute that kind of gave guidance to people that were enrolling or applying. That, you know, described exactly how the consumptive use was to be calculated. It gave them various options for doing that, including getting their own engineering analysis and things like that. In this case, the historic consumptive use went back to the last 10 years of water use that was of water being used on record. And so that's kind of the benchmark there. As far as the other question about who's deciding, so it's our office, the Division of Conservation, that provides the application process and the gathering of all the information and of course, all the quote forms. But then we ask a groundwater management district in the area of the target or the enrollment to provide a recommendation from their board of directors. And so they go through their own kind of evaluation, ranking, and decision-making process and provide those recommendations to us. And from there, it's also, you know, back to kind of the Kansas Department of Agriculture's secretary and the director of my office that make the final determination. So it has a review process that's not just in one person's hands. These are really high dollar contracts, funding agreements for the state. So it's important that it has, you know, very good vetting.
Thank you so much. And it sounds like it is a very strong process as well that has evolved over time. And actually, you alluded to this in the first question, in the first answer, but then also during this second question, it brought up another question is, yes, I understand about the water consumption use. That is the most important thing, obviously, as to why we have the water. But we also have to be aware of other areas of our society and cultural. For example, you brought up the tribal communities and how there's a possibility of a cultural connection. Is that ever considered as well with it, or if there's any sort of how it would impact other communities if this water were to be, or if these water rights were to be retired? Has that ever been part of the questions as well, or consideration?
Thank you again for the question. Steve Frost, for the record. I don't believe that it's probably given as much consideration as it deserves. The kind of cultural reservation that I was speaking of had to do with landowners in these particular target areas that were afraid that the state was coming in to do something to them, like they're taking our water rights away. And of course, you know, for a family that's had water rights for hundreds of years or 100 years or more, and you know, it's like Grandpa said, never sell the water rights. That kind of thing resonates through generations, and it's just something they don't let go of very easily. So just from I think the circumstance of people that are kind of reserved or suspicious of, you know, what this is really about, and the fact that it is actually voluntary and it's incentive based, and they kind of get over that once you can explain it, they understand it. If they see their neighbor do it, then of course, well, then that makes a difference. So that's kind of what I was talking about. There was actually some of these groups that, you know, held fast together as a neighborhood and said, you know, no, absolutely don't, you know, we got to hang together on this, and don't offer any water rights. If the state, you know, is going to try to take our water rights away, we'll, you know, get together and fight them, so to speak. But that wasn't the intent of that at all. So if it's misinterpreted, that is something to work on. And, you know, we've worked on that too. But again, some of those things are just sort of like cultural standings that are part of the process. It's part of the water right atmosphere that we deal in these kind of hydrology situations sometimes.
Thank you so much for the thoughtful answers, and thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much. I don't believe we have any questions from the north, but we do have another question down here from Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Frost, I guess just listening to your conversation, your water tables are still declining then across the state. You were talking about the municipality that was running out of water because of pumping in their proximity. So are you still declining?
Yes. Thank you for the question again. Steve Frost, for the record.
So are your water tables still declining across the state?
Yes, Steve Frost, for the record. They are. In many areas of the state, in both of these project areas, we have declining water tables. And so in part of the project area, like, for example, the CREP project area, where that we just added, the water tables there are a little different. They're not as declining. They're a little bit more moderate. And that's where we're not really seeing the participation, the desire to, you know, to have any retirements, because they're, as far as the irrigators or the landowners are concerned, you know, they're okay. They're not seeing the water table fall out from under them, so they don't have a lot of financial motivation to enroll. They'd rather continue irrigating at the economic rates they can be productive. It's the water right enforcement or administration issue that's kind of staring them in the face. And sooner or later, you know, that might be a factor in giving them more incentive or quote disincentive to enroll. But at the current time, stable water tables don't mean as much as declining ones in these type of enrollments or projects.
Follow up, if I may, Madam Chair. And you were talking consumptive use. Are all your wells metered there? Do you have water meters on it?
Yes, thanks for the question, Steve Frost. For the record, all the wells except domestic wells in Kansas are required to have totalizing flow meters. Yes.
Okay, and then I assume, just looking at your numbers, your duty is about 2 acre-feet per acre?
Yes, thanks for the question, Steve Frost. For the record, that is correct. Most of western Kansas is 2 acre-feet per acre. Central Kansas is about 1.5 acre-feet per acre.
Okay, that's a ways from our 3.5 and 4 to 5. So that's the problem we run into here is, you know, it's mostly 4 acre-feet, in the south, 5 acre-feet. And so, yeah, significantly more water, and dry landing isn't really an option. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any further questions for Director Frost? We thank you so much for your presentation today, and again, for your assistance getting that into full screen mode for us here in Southern Nevada. Thank you again for your time. This is really interesting, and we learned a lot. With that said, we thank you for your presentation, and we are going to close Part B on Item 7 and move into Item C, where we will welcome Colorado State Senator Cleve Simpson and learn more about his experience in Colorado. So moving from Kansas to Colorado, we're going to learn about the experience there, retiring groundwater withdrawals. Thank you so much for traveling to Carson City to join us in person today, and we would love to ask, whenever you're ready, please introduce yourself for the record.
So this is Laurel Saito with the Nature Conservancy. Again, I'm going to introduce Senator Simpson. So Senator Cleve Simpson is from Colorado and will share experiences with groundwater rights retirement in the San Luis Valley in Colorado. Senator Simpson is a state senator for Colorado, but he's also the general manager of the Rio Grande Water Conservation District, and he is a fourth-generation San Luis Valley farmer and rancher with a deep understanding of the water issues facing Colorado's agriculture and rural communities. So now I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Laurel. Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. We finished our session Wednesday night, so wrapped up, jumped on a plane yesterday, and welcome the opportunity to be here with you all today, and welcome any opportunity to talk about water, and particularly groundwater. Again, as Laurel pointed out, I'm a farmer and a rancher. I utilize surface water out of the Rio Grande, and I pump groundwater as well.
Say your name.
I'm sorry, Senator Cleve Simpson, Simpson. Thank you. And just for perspective, Colorado manages groundwater differently all around the state. So I was going to talk specifically about how we manage groundwater in Division 3 of Colorado, which is the Rio Grande Basin. So we're the headwaters of the Rio Grande within Colorado. And you can see on the map, it's kind of central Colorado, borders New Mexico, and even within the basin itself. I'll really talk specifically about groundwater management in kind of the north half of the basin, which is a unique geologic, hydrologic basin in that it's characterized as a closed basin. So the surface water and the groundwater there is generally, you can't say exactly, but it's generally non-tributary to the Rio Grande River itself. So there is some, at times, under the right conditions, there is some connectivity between the groundwater and the surface water in the Rio Grande. So it does function as its own independent closed basin. So, and if Laurel advanced the slide 1. So within that basin, the shaded area represents what the Rio Grande Water Conservation District has been studying on a monthly basis since 1976. So I have an employee, and we use some modern technology as well, but I have an employee, or the district has had an employee, every month since January of 1976, go out and measure the depth of groundwater in the shaded area represents a shallower, unconfined, again, closed basin aquifer system that's responds really well, is very manageable to either less pumping and or recharge. We do managed recharge here, where we divert water out of the Rio Grande, and under a decree, we recharge it into the aquifer system. And it's a matter of diverting it into into recharge ponds, and within 24 hours it will be in the aquifer. So we've been studying this aquifer system again since January of 1976, and the shaded area up there represents the study area of that portion of the closed basin and the unconfined aquifer. You can get really into the weeds here and talk about underlying this shallow unconfined aquifer is a deeper confined aquifer, which is actually what I rely on for my farm and my wells. But this effort really around reducing our dependence on groundwater started in this part of the San Luis Valley in this unconfined aquifer system. So Laurel will advance it one more. So I referenced, again, we have been managing or studying and managing, calculating the change in this aquifer every month since 1976. Calculation. We, the district, has never attempted to try to quantify the volume of water in this unconfined aquifer. We've simply said, all right, in 1976, let's establish this as a baseline, as 0. And then monthly, we will measure the depth to water of 29 wells and calculate what the change in the storage of that aquifer system was like. So you can see from 1976, the blue line is the monthly measurements. The dashed red line is the 5-year running average of the change. So you can see in the graph, from 76 up until 2002, we were pretty steady. We had some gains and some losses. 2002 was the worst drought in our recorded history. So for perspective, we also, the Rio Grande, where we gauge the flow of the Rio Grande as it enters the valley, is the second oldest continuously gauged river in Colorado. So we have records of the flow there since 1890. So on average, historically, the Rio Grande would flow there at the Del Norte gauge somewhere around 700 to 800,000 acre feet a year. Long-term average. In 2002, we actually had less than 200,000 acre feet. It was like 135,000 acre feet of flow at Del Norte. So that's the scale of the impact of the drought of '02. And again, keeping in mind this aquifer I'm talking about and this graph represents some natural inflow into the aquifer system, but again, largely this is a managed recharge system where we have senior water rights that divert out of the Rio Grande, flow into the system, and recharge the aquifer. So 2002 was really a bit of an eye-opener for us, and you can see the precipitous decline in the aquifer. And the community really watched that over the next 2 years to go, we have to choose a different path of how we manage this aquifer system. So we actually went to the Colorado General Assembly in 2004 and asked for and directed the state engineer to craft rules and regulations for creating and maintaining a sustainable aquifer system in Division 3 in particular. That was pretty uncharacteristic and pretty unique to ask the state to administer water rights because we were at the risk of just pumping the system to the bottom. Again, because it's a shallow, unconfined aquifer system, you couldn't just deepen your well and go farther and find more water. So really unique to Colorado and really the Western U.S. at the time in '04 was this directive to create and maintain sustainable aquifer systems in the San Luis Valley. As you can imagine, it took the state engineer a long time to get to that point to develop rules and regs. And in actuality, the rules and regs were only promulgated in 2015. They had a trial in 2018. The judge ruled in 2019, and the rules became effective in 2021. So we've only had these rules since 2021. But the community said, we're not going to wait for the rules and regs. We undertook our own effort and got statutory authority to create a sub-district of the Rio Grande Water Conservation District, and it's largely that shaded area where we were studying the change in the unconfined aquifer. And we went to court and said, we're going to create a sub-district, and we're going to manage this system independent of wherever the state ends up in these rules and regs. We can't wait that long. We need to start now. So the sub-district came together, was formed, went to court, has a decree that really became effective. Our first year of operation of this sub-district and a groundwater management plan was in 2012. So we filed in court originally in 2009, and you can imagine trying to go through this effort, a couple of trips to the Colorado Supreme Court. 2012 is when we're finally operational. So we've been managing this effort to create and maintain a sustainable aquifer since 2012. Over that little over 10-year period, that sub-district, which was the geographic footprint of the sub-district is about 246,000 acres. Within that, the sub-district is really comprised of people that have irrigated land that's irrigated with groundwater. But keep in mind, again, some of that groundwater is surface water that we've recharged into the ground and can pump out. So it gets complicated. But the scale of what we're trying to manage was when we started about 176,000 groundwater irrigated acres that comprise this Subdistrict 1. They agreed to assess themselves fees to raise money, to advance their plan and their program to, again, create and maintain a sustainable aquifer. And just for perspective, I can tell you after a little more than 10 years, they've assessed themselves in excess of $70 million over that 10-year period. They've used it. I'll describe some of the efforts that we've gone through, again, to create and maintain a sustainable aquifer system. But it really they started managing this kind of forcibly when there just wasn't water, and producers had to, and it's dominated by center pivot sprinkler systems. Producers just couldn't irrigate 130 acres in their pivot anymore, so they had to start doing half circles and quarter circles, all in an effort, because again, you couldn't just deepen your well. Legally, you couldn't deepen your well, so they're managing this very limited resource through just reducing their size. They also, when the sub-district first started and was assessing and collecting fees in 2012, they started just a fallow program. Said we'll collect money and we'll pay producers if you're willing to participate. Just fallow for a year at $200 an acre. We'll just pay you to fallow for a year. This is all in an effort, as Mr. Foster was also talking about. We were in the process of establishing our CREP, our CREP program, which, again, it's a collaborative effort with the state, local, and Farm Services Agency. So it took a little bit of effort to get that stood up and going. It really wasn't in place until 2015. So 12 to 15, the sub-district's trying to figure out how do we, what can we do to improve the condition of the aquifer? And it was this temporary fallow program. But it wasn't without its own controversy. Are you paying folks to fallow? They might not have water anyway. So it was pretty challenging to think about how are we going to construct this. The plan we built and stood up in court, and we're operating under a court decree now. Before there were rules and regs that say, let me take a step backwards, in the graph you're looking at, the decree that the court issued that we asked for said we would move that dashed red line from where it is now to at least within minus 400,000 acre feet of that zero baseline. So you can see how challenged we are from the time we started to where we're at today of trying to resolve this problem. The intention was when we started this, our plan and our engineers said, all right, if you have 170,000 irrigated acres in your sub-district, if you could retire 40,000 acres, given the hydrology and the climate for the previous 20 years, the problem gets solved. A couple of things, and we were going to solve that through this CREP program. We would get enough producers, given commodity prices at the time, getting paid $200 an acre to enroll in a 15-year program to retire groundwater withdrawals. You would solve this problem. You would move the dashed red line from where it was in 2012 to where we needed to be, again, by the court order, at the very least to minus 400,000 acre feet. A couple of problems. The next 20 years looked nothing like the prior 20 years. They looked, the 20 driest years in 12 or 1,400 years was a problem. Dealing in the CREP program, look, farmers don't get into farming to not farm. Trying to incentivize them to participate in a CREP program was difficult. Sometimes the bureaucracy in the federal government and the CREP made it hard. I can tell you to date now, we still only have about 10,000 acres enrolled in CREP. We've done other programs outside of CREP. And I'll just characterize it. We went from pumping over 300,000 acre feet a year in this sub-district in 2011 to last year was 206,000 acre feet. So we cut pumping by a third. Problem is Mother Nature and what the prior 20 years looked like and this 20 years of driest period in in 1,500 years has really put us in a predicament, because you can see we've made massive efforts in reducing our groundwater withdrawals, but we're not making the progress that we have to make, and it's really just driven around Mother Nature. So we've done following programs. The district has purchased farms and retired groundwater rights intentionally. I'm going to say we don't retire them. We actually put them into a conservation program to enhance and improve the aquifer conditions. We don't retire rights, so we just hang on to them, but they're part of a conservation program. We did our CREP program. We got it established in 2015. The sub-district was incentivizing producers, please enroll in CREP. We made to the point, every year for 4 or 5 years, the board that manages the sub-district was increasing the incentives and trying to get people to produce. And it got to the point where producers would say, well, I'm not going to sign up this year because you're going to improve the incentives next year. We finally got to a point that we're going to stop incentivizing and go back to the basic program, because we had other programs we were working on. So we've bought property, we have our CREP, we went to multi-year fallow programs where get producers to sign up not just 1 year at a time, but 4 years at a time. But that was a temporary. 3 years ago, we set aside, the sub-district every year set aside $5 million and just did like a reverse bid. Said, producer, if you want to sell us we don't want to buy your whole farm. If you're willing to sell us your groundwater right, your well, tell us what do you want for your well? So we did a reverse bid, and we had $5 million. Staff goes through and prioritize. We had some very reasonable offers and some very unreasonable offers, and we just funded what we could. We've done that every year for the last 3 years. Uniquely, I think Mr. Foster touched on this as well. As part of the General Assembly 3 years ago, when ARPA dollars were flowing into the state, and the legislature had set aside $800 million for legislators to make a request for appropriation. So myself and other legislators teamed up, and we asked for $60 million. I asked for $100 million of ARPA funding to help the basin, the Rio Grande Basin, and then there was another basin in northeast Colorado called the Republican River Basin, that both are tasked with reducing their groundwater withdrawals. Ours in the Rio Grande Basin is statutorily required. The Republican River is compact driven on the Republican River and Nebraska to reduce groundwater withdrawals. So we ended up with $60 million. We split it. Each of us have had $30 million. We're on the cusp of, in the next month or two, we will finish distributing. Funding ended up being the easy part. That bill went through interim committees like this, committees of reference, appropriations on the floor in the Senate and the House, and went through the whole process without a no vote anywhere in the process. It was well received. We got the money, and then trying to figure out, all right, how are you going to spend $30 million? So we ended up just setting a price. The board said, we will pay you $3,000 an acre foot for every acre foot, not of consumptive use, but of what you've pumped. Over a 10-year period, your 5 highest years averaged out. And we didn't beat the doors down to come do this. We had to run the program 3 times to get enough participation, but we've now got commitments to spend all $30 million and buy those groundwater withdrawal water rights and have them participate in a conservation program. And then lastly, and very unique, was an effort started a few years ago with a conversation I was having with the land trust community. I said, you have an amazing business model and great success in conservation easements in the San Luis Valley and all across Colorado, where you're preserving land values that are really important to you, habitat, any number of really important issues. And I said, help me figure out, wouldn't a healthy aquifer system really contribute to the values that you're paying for, that people are signing easements up into? And over the course of a couple of years, we finally did get to the point where particular land trust, Colorado Open Lands, really took the lead in this conversation and crafted the first of its kind ever, we think, in the United States, certainly in Colorado, a conservation easement that included a reduction of groundwater withdrawals that was recognized as a conservation value. And it really, it was an amazing process to go through and a wonderful tool that I know my producers are interested in. It got confusing and convoluted when we had $30 million now in our pocket to go out and we set the price for the value of water. That made this whole conservation effort a little more troubling and challenging, because prior to that, you could take here's the value of your farm, market value of your farm. If you agree to suspend the groundwater withdrawals, here's the market value. The difference is the conservation value. And in Colorado, you get to basically, you get to account for, you get 90% of that conservation value as a state income tax credit. And it's fully refundable. So me as a farmer, I don't need that conservation. I don't need that state income tax credit because I don't pay that much in state income tax. But I always said John Elway, he needs a state income tax credit, so I can sell it to him. So it's fully marketable, and it's pretty attractive. So we set the stage to use these conservation easements as really an amazing tool. And then the federal dollars and the ARPA complicated it. So the appraisers have kind of stepped aside and said, we don't know what the real value of your property is now, because temporarily for this period, we've established a market value of water of $3,000 an acre foot. But I do think it's a tool that $3,000 an acre foot will be temporary. It will go away, and we'll be back to really what is the value of land and the water minus this infusion of $30 million of capital. So we've used those tools over the last several years, again, to reduce our dependence on groundwater withdrawals. I would say we've been hugely successful in reducing our dependence on groundwater. We've been really struggling to achieve what we have to achieve by our decree. We have to reverse this trend and raise that dashed red line. And the decree said we had 20 years to do it. We're 10 years into it. So we're actually back in court now changing the plan to figure out a different approach to this. But all in all, managing reduction in groundwater withdrawals is a difficult, nuanced conversation, thinking about impacts to communities, thinking about land use. We're taking land that's been in production for 100 years and trying to take it out of production and returning it to its native vegetative cover. We don't have great experience in doing that. And I live in a community that is exclusively dependent on agriculture. To take land out of production is hard, but we're also at the risk of, if we don't figure this, I've said agriculture in the San Luis Valley is going to change. If we're thoughtful and calculated about it, it will change incrementally. If we're not, you run the risk of the state engineer coming in. If we don't live up to our decree, he's going to turn off groundwater withdrawals for 170,000 irrigated acres. That would just destroy our economy and our community. So trying to be very thoughtful and engaged in incremental change, but this is a tough row to hoe. And if Nevada's thinking about this, come spend a little time with me in the San Luis Valley or Kansas, because it's been an amazing kind of conversation over the years and engaged with the community. And we keep infusing money. Again, we've put $70 million of our own dollars into it, $30 million of federal dollars through ARPA, cost share with the CREP program. And you can see where we're at, because Mother Nature just has been pretty hard on us. So I so appreciate the time and the opportunity to be here with you all today, and happy to answer questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator, and thank you so much for joining us here in our beautiful state capitol, though I know it's certainly under a lot of construction right now. So hopefully you're making your way safely through. I know we have some questions in northern Nevada, but I am going to start in the south, and I believe Senator Goa-Kachia, I would be surprised if you did not have a question.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank you, Senator. You know, even though we're much younger than you are in Colorado and in your area, it's identical what we're looking at, and clearly the drought scenario, and we go clear back to '83 since we had a really good year, and and then we've had some little bumps along the way. You've got 3 divisions in Colorado. Or how many? You're Division 3. How many divisions do you have in Colorado? How's your state broken?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator, for the question. Again, Senator Simpson. We have 7 different divisions, really largely by the 7 major water systems in the state. There are 7 of them. The Rio Grande's 3.
That might be interesting. Yeah, to look at for Nevada too, because we are just not quite as bad as Colorado, where you got the west slope and the east slope. Now, your duty there, is it 3 acre-feet? Or in Nevada, we've got a 4 acre-foot duty. That's 4 acre-feet per acre on a groundwater right. I assume you have something, or are your wells metered and you know how much you pump?
Thank you, Senator. Again, Senator Simpson, for the record. It varies across the state. I'll speak to Division 3. We generally use a rule of thumb of 2 acre-foot per acre, and that's largely because we only have about a 90-day growing season. There is no dry land opportunity for us either as well, and you are subject to a killing frost every month of the year. We've had July killing frost before. And it's crop dependent. My alfalfa that I grow will be between 2 and 3 acre-feet, some small grains, and that's part of the conversation, is trying to find different crops to grow that are less consumptive. I raised hemp a few years ago for fiber, and I know I raised it on half of the water as my alfalfa crop, and we have been metered since 2007, Senator.
I thank you. Well, it sounds a lot like Northern Nevada, other than we get a frost every year, but again, our duty is about 4 acre-feet because we are so dry. I mean, that's what it takes it takes at least 30 inches to raise an alfalfa crop. And we've got some tools very similar to what you're bringing into place. We do have the state engineer can declare a basin a critical management area, which would be very similar to what you've got in the court decree. You've got 10 years, and then at that point, then if you don't bring it into compliance, then you face curtailment. Very similar. You come up with a groundwater management plan, see if you can reduce it and get back in line. So again, it's other than you guys are just ahead of us a little bit, and we're just a little younger in our ag. We're definitely looking at the same thing, and in your district there, we've got basins very similar, 100,000 acres of ag that is looking at a curtailment of 40 or 50,000 acres in that basin. Half of it will go away if we have to bring it back into balance. So I thank you, Senator Simpson, and I definitely look forward to talking to you. Again, you seem to have the ability, though, in Colorado to retire a water right. You can buy it, and then it's retired and it's not available anymore. Is that correct?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Simpson, for the record. It can be rather nuanced conversation within Division 3 in the Rio Grande Basin. It's been affirmed by the Colorado Supreme Court. There is no unappropriated water left in the basin. So we have to be very careful about either abandoning or retiring a water right, because potentially you open that up. Somebody could try to make the case that because since you were using it and now you've abandoned it, it's available, or retired it, it's available for adjudication again. But again, it gets very nuanced. Nobody could make that claim inside the unconfined aquifer in the closed basin, because we're operating under a court decree that says you are going to recover this water level from where it is today to where within 400,000 acre feet. So nobody could make a claim in that basin that there was any water available. But we've just been very sensitive about not characterizing water as retired or abandoned. It just changes to a part of an aquifer conservation program.
I thank you. And again, these are questions we're struggling with right now as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. We are going to go up north for now. I believe Assemblyman DeLong had a question.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. And actually, I have a couple questions. Really appreciate your presentation. Really informative, Senator. The placing these water rights into a conservation agreement means they're not pumping. So does state water law then not penalize that water right for not putting water to beneficial use? Because in Nevada, you got to put it to beneficial use or it's subject to being lost.
Thank you for the question, Assemblyman. Good question. Again, this is Senator Simpson for the record. We have similar laws, but we also have statute that says if you're participating in a conservation program, particularly one sponsored by a water conservation district like mine, which there are only 4 water conservation districts in the state of Colorado. There are a number of conservancy districts, but there's specific statute about, and look, most of the water rights that we are acquiring have no intention of ever going back into production. So there's no historical consumptive use analysis and use period that, at least at this stage of the game, would be terribly problematic. So again, we're taking those water rights, we are buying them, and then we're just saying they're part of this effort to conserve and create a healthier aquifer system versus somebody individually. To your point, though, if we're paying somebody through a temporary fallow program, because we've sponsored that, they're not penalized for non-use in those periods. I think I finally got to your...
You answered it. Thank you. And then another question about Colorado water law. Does Colorado water law allow for water rights based on different aquifers within a basin? Such that, okay, your water rights tied to, in your case, the unconfined aquifer, but there could be another water right that's for the deeper aquifer.
Thank you.
Tied specifically to those.
Thank you, Assemblyman, for the question, and Senator Simpson for the record. And yes, it does. When my well, actually, the wells I have are decreed for use to pull from a confined aquifer, from a different layer. So in our basin, it's really just split between an unconfined and a confined. So, and then it gets really nuanced and complicated. You can have duly completed wells that are pulling water from both of those, but largely it does recognize a water right from either the unconfined aquifer or the deeper confined aquifer.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have any further questions here in the South? Okay. Up north, I don't think I saw that there were any more questions in the north. Jump in quickly if that has changed. Okay. Senator Simpson, thank you so much for making your way to Carson City, for the wonderful knowledge that you shared with us here today. Ms. Saito, thank you so much for handling item 7 on our agenda, and we appreciate you all more than you know as we're looking for ways to conserve more water here in the driest state in the country, where we welcome you. With that said, we're going to close item 7 on the agenda. You may step back and take a breath from the table, and we are going to move into a half-hour lunch. It's 12:03 now, so we'll re-adjourn with item 8 at 12:33. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you again shortly. Hi, good afternoon. I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch. I know it's not always easy close to the Capitol or here at Grant Sawyer finding a place very quickly, so we appreciate your joining us again after our brief break. We're going to move to item number 8 on our agenda today, the presentation on the Nevada Water Conservation and Infrastructure Initiative and the Water Rights Retirement Program. Returning to our local landscape, our next presentation will be from the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources Director, James Settlemyer, on the Nevada Water Conservation and Infrastructure Initiative, as well as the Water Rights Retirement Program. We appreciate you joining us from Carson City today, and we thank you for your time. And whenever you're ready, please state your name for the record and get started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. James Settlemyer, Director of the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Greatly appreciate the opportunity to make this presentation here today. I did give my business card to the assistants, so that way they know how to properly spell it. They kind of indicated they had some idea how to spell it. With that being said, after 16 years on the other side of the aisle, this is my first PowerPoint. Humor's not lost on me. With that, we'd like to give the presentation on the Nevada Water Conservation and Infrastructure Initiative and Water Right Retirement Program. The first acronym of it is usually referred to as NWCII, but we'll move on to the next slide. It was authorized, as you know, by the Interim Finance Committee back on October 20th of 22. The concept course was designed to support the investments to reduce water demand by residential, commercial, and agricultural sectors, while supporting the investments to repair and replace aging, leaking infrastructure, and simultaneously investing in our workforce. There are key programs that are listed right there. It's important to realize that we are the driest state in the nation. And as we proceeded on this, we really tried to look first at safety and conservation in these aspects. And I'm not going to read through everything because I know our time is short and you probably want to have fun questions with me, so I acknowledge that. On to the next slide about the administration of it. The first thing that we looked at within the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources as administrator of this was wanting to get a large stakeholder group together. We wanted to make sure that we involved all aspects that wanted to be involved, and more importantly, get their way in, get their support, and try to look for the pitfalls and the unintended consequences that may occur. And we looked at other states and what they did and tried to learn from those potential successes and mistakes. With that, we created the TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee, which, as you can see, their advice and support was instrumental. We had the Central Nevada Water Authority, Southern Nevada Water Authority, Truckee Meadows Water Authority. We wanted to make sure we had conservation issues represented as well from the Nature Conservancy. We, of course, wanted the counties to be involved, Department of Ag, Economic Development. We don't have a person on that now because that person had left. And, of course, the Desert Research Institute. Within that, the program budget was $100 million overall of the ARA funds. With that being said, there was discussion of how much we put forth to the concept of a water right program for purchases. And as we looked at it, it started out, we're like, well, maybe 5. And as we had more discussions with the TAC, we realized we wanted to put more to this effort because we saw the value of it. And unanimously, we all voted to go for 25 million of it. Now within that left 75 million in the other bucket, but in total, there is 5 that can be allotted for administrative cost. We felt we could do that for about 2%, because we wanted to see more actual projects done than potentially creating more bureaucracy. So with that, I was very grateful to do that. So the 75 million is for drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater projects. The other 25 per se is the groundwater retirement program, and of course the administrative cost. Moving to the next slide, enhancing the drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater systems. That follows a lot of what's called the state revolving fund rules and protocols. So they must qualify under the EPA Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, SRF, and the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, and the Treasury rules. Now, I find that interesting because those rules have changed and evolved through this process at least 3 or 4 times, and who knows, I would suggest or suspect they will probably change a little more as we go along. So some of the things that we did in order to use the funds correctly based on Treasury rules, we're now being told, well, why'd you do that? There's no reason to do that. Well, the rules 3 months ago said we had to. So some of that has occurred. But you can look at the eligible projects that are within here for the state revolving fund, and mainly those we're dealing with, again, drinking water and safe water standards. If you go to the next graph, you can see that while we awarded almost $73 million, there were $606 million of request. Now, part of that comes from the simple fact that the state revolving fund, if you look at its request, they had $1 billion in clean water projects and another $1 billion in drinking water projects. Now, you can't just add those two numbers together, though, because pretty much across the board, all drinking water projects are clean water projects, but not all clean water projects are drinking water. So those numbers can't be completely combined. But it demonstrates the need in our state. And part of that need, unfortunately, has been created by the federal government. They have a series of funds that they put to state revolving programs to try to deal with drinking water. However, congressional action has dictated that money has to come from somewhere. So when certain people get an earmark, that money comes out of the overall money that goes to the state revolving funds. So the state of Nevada in recent years has seen anywhere from a 30 to 40% decrease in funds from the feds to try to deal with these programs. And those issues aren't going away. So these communities were very, very grateful to try to find a source of money to try to help them in that endeavor. Go to the next slide. It actually goes through the different programs. It was interesting that when the discussion began with the TAC, all of us had a fair amount of different interests and beliefs, and we were all trying to rally for the things we cared deeply about. However, there wasn't one person in that room, because the first thing I said, I think we need to worry about health and safety. And we all looked around and said, all right, what do you want to do in that respect? So we had NDEP, Nevada Department of Environmental Protection, come in and tell us some of the problems that exist within the water systems across the state of Nevada. Once there was discussions that nitrate levels are too high in certain areas, to the point where if someone was to potentially make formula with this, you might have blue babies. Issues where we have some systems where they're actually delivering water with 5-gallon buckets because their main systems failed. And of course, we have some systems that are still utilizing lead pipes. And unfortunately, with the holes in the federal program, they don't necessarily apply from the federal lead water pipe system, because that system is designed from the distribution point only to the home, not in between. So let's say maybe you had a siphon from Marlette all the way to Virginia City. They're only really concerned about it once it gets to Virginia City to the homes, not in between. And so we have needs. Everyone within that technical advisory committee agreed health and safety was the primary cause, or the primary goal and objective. But if you look through, I'll just highlight some of the programs I thought were very interesting. The Southern Nevada Water Authority, their Water Smart Landscape. It's fascinating to me that for every home that enters into this program, it saves 55 gallons for every square foot of lawn that is taken out. That's amazing to me. With 976 participants, it actually equates then to 458 residential homes being saved. So at that rate, they've saved 130,000 gallons, and an acre foot is 325. It's just fascinating to me, those numbers that they've been able to demonstrate, being able to put this money to good use. So we're very grateful to the program and to be able to add a little bit of an extra incentive to try to get more individuals to participate in said program. Another one that I think is very important, Truckee Meadows Water Authority, their advanced meter installation, 90,000 meters. It's been proven pretty easily that once you have a meter, you tend to use less. Agriculturalists have a meter, number one. They also have this other meter that goes in a circle from Nevada Energy usually, or some other provider that tends to make them use water a little bit more conservatively. I do think it is important when we're looking at municipal systems that they have these meters so they can appropriately bill, and so that people will see a consequence or a reward potentially of utilization of water. We are the driest state in the union. I also, one of my predecessors, Mike Snyder, had a very interesting saying that even though we are an incredibly spread out state, 85% owned by the government, but once you add the 1% that the state owns, you add the 1% that the counties own, you add the 2% that the tribe owns, which are highly unlikely to develop, you're almost to 90%. That means our entire population is packed in that other area. So we are the most rural and dense state almost at the same time. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and move on to the next one, but that accounts the $72.6 million for that particular program. We then come to the subject I think a lot of people have interest in, the groundwater rights retirement program. When we had this discussion, some people felt that we might be jumping a little bit too quickly into the process. There were some concerns we weren't stepping into the deep end, we were stepping into the Class 4 rapids in that respect. But after discussions with everyone, we all felt it was the important thing to do and the best utilization to have success to show this program. And we've all, within the TAC and all interested parties, have been with that one goal, getting it done and making it successful. We've listened to interests and concerns. When issues have arisen, we've basically dropped everything else and had meetings to try to address these issues, to find out solutions. And it's always been to the goal of yes and making it work. Of course, part of that is beneficial, that if it didn't, we could always just put the rest of it back to the state revolving fund and we'd get it all spent in enough time to meet the criteria. Everybody knew that, and knowing that I think helps create a little bit of pressure to ensure that we find a way to make it successful. If you look at it, we're purchasing the groundwaters from willing seller. There is no eminent domain. This is willing buyer, willing seller. Within the discussion, of course, you get into the aspect of how do you find the value? It was important to us to make sure that our taxpayer dollars were not being abused. In that respect, if I looked at it more of a, what you call a diminished evaluation appraisal. You can look at what a ranch is currently selling for in an area with water rights. And luckily in Nevada, there's usually a ranch next to it that sometimes has no water rights. That delta kind of tells you between the two of them what the water rights values are. Also, recent sales in that area. And we know we had certain basins we were very hopeful that they would take advantage of the system. However, they prided their value of water rights to the excess of what the actual ranch sold as its entirety, and therefore it was not necessarily a wise decision. So the state and the TAC decided it may not be the best way to go forward. We focused on overpumped and over-appropriated basins. And what we're looking at is only groundwater. We weren't interested in the surface water. Our goal is to try to see if we can get these basins to come back into balance. And the reality is that the groundwater traditionally helps recharge those basins. And so that's why we didn't want to focus on any of the groundwater. There are 256 administered hydrological basins within the state of Nevada. Very grateful for being able to follow the state engineer with his presentation. And it always brings up fascinating questions because people say, well, how many basins will this affect, or how does this do? Okay, are you talking about the number of basins? Are you talking about the land mass values of the basins? Are you talking about the water volume per acre foot or perennial yield of those basins? There's so many different questions to ask to drill down into those details. And his maps were phenomenal in helping the TAC make these decisions and guide us in how to try to do it most appropriately. We also looked for areas where there were conflicts, that maybe potentially these resources could help alleviate those conflicts. And a lot of these conflicts were created over time. It certainly was not the current state engineer. It's a problem that's existed for a long time, and Mr. Gokuchiya could speak to it as well. You had situations where people were granted water rights. Well, before you had electricity come to the area, you really didn't have much threat of overpumping. It's the development of the technology coming out there, better pumps, that then created a situation that most of them failed in the past. So it wasn't a big deal. You go ahead and give somebody a permit, they fail, they go out of business. Well, things changed, and they got more success. We did also try to focus on what I call high bench type situations, lands that are usually less economically productive agriculturally. They're not as rich fertile soils, they're not as beneficial. And it's interesting, there's always a desire, like I consider it with conservation easements, to encourage your neighbor to do it, because then your water table will be more secure in the future, or your values will go up. So it's always interesting. But it's also fascinating that we had some of the oldest ranches in the state that were looking at, do I drill another well, or take my old well and go down an additional 200 to 300 feet? Or do I look at this program? And some of them made that decision based on that. And there are some that are getting a little bit older and may not have someone willing to take over the property. And it was their decision to utilize this as potential exit, which I think is wise. we left that opportunity for them. We also looked at addressing the impacts, of course, on the natural resources. We weren't in a realm where we're trying to dry up all of agriculture, again, trying to focus on less productive lands. We also wanted wet water. I know that sounds crazy, but wet water, not just paper certificated water that someone may not be utilizing. And we were pretty stringent too. We implemented some rules. We've had many disagreements, but by the time we came out of these TACs, we're basically in agreement. Some people wanted to have the ability to leave 2 acre-feet per 20-acre parcel, and I was not interested in that at all. I'm not going to be responsible for the sectioning off of the entire state of Nevada, and frankly, none of us did. So we left it, you could only reserve 2 acre-feet per 160-acre parcel. That way, if someone wanted to have home on there or water for animals, something of that nature, they could do so. But with this, they are giving up their right to get will serve certificates on those properties too. Because I could not see a situation where we said, we'll buy your water rights, but you can come back tomorrow and create 1 acre parcels, all that get 2 acre-feet. That seemed to defeat the purpose. So we did put those type of restrictions in. Reducing the consumptive use in those basins, prioritizing the basins, taking active steps to mitigate the groundwater use, ensuring substantial mitigation plans to prevent noxious weeds. We wanted to make sure, and we're in a little bit of a rush. There's a lot of agriculturists right now that want to make sure that this money is actually real because they're looking at wanting to convert to a cover crop rather than planting, let's say, a higher utilization crop such as alfalfa. They're looking at what they can do for a cover crop for the rest of the year in order to convert their operations over. And of course, the groundwater rights must be in good standing because as we know, sometimes there's some that are not. If you look within this, we allotted $25 million. There's actually $65.5 million of individuals who came forward wanting to try to take the opportunity to look at these options. We did it through nonprofits and government entities, and again, looking at concepts such as conflict resolution in order to help us with that. If you look at where they had Central Nevada Water Authority, Diamond Valley, which has one of those ones that's about 350% over appropriated. The basin number 153, again, I have the 256. You can see their acre footage, Humboldt River Basin, Southern Nevada Water Authority, Muddy Springs area. Interesting opportunity with them. They'll be able to acquire some senior rights, which helps them maintain that seniority, which my hopes will help maintain seniority priority water law in the state of Nevada. I think that's a side benefit. Walker Basin Conservancy, they obviously have a long record of successful acquisitions of water rights over time, so it's great to have them participate in this. So again, it goes back to the 250, the numbers there represent the 256 administrative hydrological basins. If you go to the next one, we have the totals of each one of those basins. What I think is important, if you look at some of these, you're talking anywhere from 8 to 16% potential reduction of committed groundwater to those basins. This will, in my opinion, obviously have the effect of helping bring these basins back into compliance. The 25,000 acre-feet total, basically at the end that you're looking at, that's the equivalency of Donner and Boca Lake combined in the state of Nevada. So in that respect, you looked at Kansas' presentation from earlier. It's only half of what they've done, but we're going to do that in 1 year. So that's pretty good concept, not rental. This is a different concept of retirement or slash relinquishment, and I'll get to that subject in a second. With that, we've put forth, policies and procedures, to make sure that this worked correctly and try to think of some of the unintended consequences and pitfalls that occurred in other states. Again, from the retention of only 2 acre-feet, things of that nature. There will be a restriction that is put on their deed, so a non-revocable deed restriction. They would have the ability someday if they found other water, maybe they sell it and they decide to move out and somebody else has other water that's beneficial, they would have the ability to think about transferring that, but they can never get a new allocation on these lands. And that's obviously very important to me. Filing for groundwater retirement has to be done with the state engineer, and it's more of a relinquishment, and that's something maybe the legislature might want to potentially help us with. Terminology. We have nothing in law that really goes to the concept of retirement, but we're utilizing relinquishment. And relinquishment is important versus the definition of abandonment. By doing relinquishment, that means it's still on the books. that means somebody else can't go apply for it. If it was deemed abandoned, then someone else can say, well, it's not being used. Now I have the right to go apply. So the state engineer was very, very helpful in guiding us in that process and making sure that the terminology and where it'll be done is more of a relinquishment, even though we use the term retirement. But who knows, maybe a legislative body might want to look at helping us with that wording. With that being said, they need to file for a change application where appropriate of that 2 acre-feet that they're leaving if they're looking to convert it to like a home or to a different utilization other than agriculture. They might want to go to stock water. But they need to do that, as soon as possible. So in that respect, the deed restrictions are also, and retirement are filed with the state engineer and the county. Additional protections could be established for defining water right retirements in NRS, such as the terminologies. I think that would be beneficial to have within the NRS in case anybody ever tried to challenge it. We feel very confident in what we have. With that, though, I stand for questions. I also have with me Brandon Bishop, who's been instrumental, to say the least, in the administration of this program. And I'm very grateful for his work and all the hard work that everyone at Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and especially, of course, the state engineer, and the information that they will help us provide and help direct us to where we could get the most benefit for the citizens of the state of Nevada.
Thank you so much, Director Settlemyre, for the presentation and, of course, for the PowerPoint. And we're going to start in Southern Nevada with our Vice Chair, and then we have a question from Assemblywoman Bill Bray-Axelrod as well.
Thank you, Chair. And I know, Director Settlemyre, you really want to go over this PowerPoint again, but I will not make you do that. My question, though, does come from I've got 2 questions, actually. They both have to do with the groundwater retirement program. The first comes from slide 8, when everything was discussed about what all the priorities have been and everything that has happened with that. I'm just wondering, has there been an internal or external evaluation of what went well, what needs to go differently? If this program were able to continue, what would you do the program the exact same way? I'm just wondering if there's been any sort of evaluation that has been discussed internally or externally, just so we can make it stronger.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Anderson. James Settlemyre, for the record. We've been evolving this process as we've gone along. We all say retirement, then we start talking to the state engineer who actually has the knowledge base to work off, and he says, you might want to think about calling that relinquishment or not an abandonment and getting into those specifics. So we've been learning as we've been going along. I cannot state how many times that the staff has been gracious enough that when we have any issues or questions, I think we were on a Teams meeting with some of the people who have put forth just literally a week or so ago to make sure to look at any issues and concerns they may have and try to find solutions. So as far as what we've learned going forward, absolutely, we're learning every day. The other aspect of it is we'll probably have our first completed one probably here in the next week or 2. So I can't tell you which ones have been completed in success because they're not done. We're still working on the paperwork. For some reason, lawyers want to look at things really, really closely. And so they've been analyzing things several times and making sure that this will work correctly to meet our goals and objectives. And they've been very beneficial with the DAG for us and also for the lawyers who are representing the other side to make sure that we're all doing the same thing. But we all have the same goal. So I feel very confident in that success. So as far as a report, we will end up getting one and showing exactly what we think was successful. There are times that it's beneficial too if we created too hard and fast rules, and then if we said, okay, we're only going to do retirement. Okay, that means that someone else could then get that water. We would have made a huge mistake. So being a little bit fluid, no pun intended, has been beneficial.
And I appreciate the fluidity without the pun. But then also the fact that there is a process currently in place internally as well as externally with the attorneys, making sure everything is being done correctly, fairly, accurately. Because as I was talking with somebody about this last week, it is about the water rights, but it is also about sometimes the other communities that are sometimes impacted. Has that ever been considered, or is it always about just how much water rights are we saving? What is the money process? what are the things that are considered when you're talking about this? Because there are some cultural questions as well that sometimes will come up with the, not necessarily retirement, but other things that have to deal with water. Is that ever discussed as well, how it will impact, in particular, our sovereign nations?
I appreciate that, Assemblywoman Anderson. We did have involvement from NACO to try to look at the aspects of how it affects the communities. I've talked to some of my friends within the Washoe tribe, other areas and things of that nature. That being said, there's also a desire of people who are next to these type of things realizing that if we leave more water in there, potentially that means that the water will be able to last longer. And so I think there's a general feeling from a lot of people it's beneficial to be able to get some of these rights, especially in these overpumped. Again, we only focused on overpumped, over appropriated basins. So when you're looking at places that are potentially 300% over appropriated and exceeding their perennial yield, you look at Walker Basin Conservancy. I know that they've reached out and had discussions with the community as well, many community hearings. You're in situations there in the drought years, they were dropping 20 feet per year. And I know that Adam, the previous state engineer, I think it was Adam maybe, or the previous one, had to have entertainments to the concept of curtailment to tell people they had to turn off their pumps. And that is not a pleasant conversation to think about having.
And thank you for recognizing that, and I think all of us do, that this is just not a one and done. It's clean, it's easy to do. We're always going to make somebody upset. And so we have to be realistic with that. My last question has to do with taking a look at slide 11, I believe, that has to do with the basins that are discussed and the approximate proposed retirements. Is the advertising consistent around that of this program, even though it did come out so there was not a large amount of time frame between when it started and when everything had to be awarded? If I were to take a look at how many people applied for it, it looks like it was pretty strong advertising. But was that advertising or knowledge of how this was happening, was that consistent across all of the different, I guess, water groups? I'm sorry, I can't remember the groundwater retirements of all of the different basins, or was that up to each basin management to make that decision?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman James Settlemeyer. For the record, what occurred is when this came out, we made sure to have press releases, discussions. We also asked the Farm Bureau. I saw a lot of their advertisements, the conservation districts and the other water areas reach out to everyone out there to try to interest them in participation and awareness of this program, of the benefits that could occur from it. So I feel we did do a pretty good job of getting advertisement out there to individuals. A lot of it was word of mouth. There are a fair amount of individuals that looked at it reluctantly saying, we're not sure if this is real. Is this going to happen? So with that, I believe that success will breed more discussion and more involvement from individuals. If this body, or even if I have sent some letters to the congressional delegation saying if they had another 100 spare that doesn't go against the state revolving fund to potentially utilize, we would, of course, like to see that money directed to the state, and hopefully the IFC once again would think about directing it to us for this purpose. So I do think we did a very good job of advertising, but basically that has really benefited from the partnerships that we have established within the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, such as the Farm Bureau, such as the Conservation District, such as the Cattlemen's Association also put it out to their membership, to realize what was going on and that they could apply or work through their own nonprofits or government entities to participate. And also, I was remiss by not mentioning NACO. They did an excellent job reaching out to all the counties and making sure that the counties knew about it and could have said discussion.
Thank you so much. And you brought up one last thing, so I'm sorry, Chair. It has to do with, is there any possibility of matching funds at the federal level, do you believe, if we continue this program for the future? If we needed to, are there federal programs that we could possibly attempt to get some more money to help us with this that you know of?
I appreciate the question, Assemblywoman James Settlemeyer. For the record, I was talking to Brendan Bishop earlier next to me. Some of the programs that were mentioned by other states we don't qualify for. We're always going to try to do our best to My old adage when I was in this building at one time was to try to use the federal money first, state money second, community money's third, and my money dead last. That being said, we will continue to look for those type of opportunities. I am trying to encourage the delegation to look if they have anything going on and need to get rid of some money, that we have some great opportunities in the state of Nevada, especially at DCNR, to try to assist in these programs. But with that, Mr. Bishop, did you want to elaborate on that anymore?
Brandon Bishop for the record, BRANDON BISHOP. There are a variety of federal programs that are provided that can be accessed for groundwater right retirement. There are different challenges. Many of these programs have been designed for very different environments than Nevada presents. So there are certain challenges, but I think there's always opportunity to work with our federal partners to discuss opportunities that can be specifically tailored for the state of Nevada.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and looking forward to working with all of you on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So my question is actually, Director Sotomayor, you mentioned lead pipes. And of course, as a mom, I peeked up immediately. I think you said something about monies available from where the water is pumped to the homes, but then there's other aspects that are not covered. I believe it was just last week the EPA announced almost $30 million to Nevada for replacement of lead pipes through the Biden administration. They're investing in America. Can that money be used for that? Because I know, some of these pipes are extremely old, and it does seem like some of our communities are affected. You actually said, would you say Marlette Lake to Virginia City was one of your examples, but I can just imagine that it's a lot more than that. So,
I appreciate that. The issue with the federal funds, I'm sorry, James Settlemyer again for the record, in discussions with Jennifer Carr from the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection, the federal funds are set forth almost to maybe benefit one or two key states with certain lead pipe issues. And because of that, there's no desire to change the rules because those two states get the lion's share of the money. So the rules are designed to go only from the distribution point to the consumer. So if you're transmitting that water through a long pipe to get to said location, they're not eligible. So that's the federal funds, where these funds had a little bit more flexibility in that issue to try to address those type of issues. Fortunately for like Clark County, they're fairly new. So there's not a lot of old lead pipes. It really comes down to some of the older communities around the state of Nevada that we need to try to assist in that conversion. We have consistently been trying to roll out the federal money, but again, the barrier a lot of times has been that little rule that it's only from the distribution to the actual consumer, not the transmission to the distribution point. But we will continue to work on it. We are trying to convince our congressional delegation to change the rules so no more money is available, but it seems that certain key states that are advantageous to the system as it now exists are not real interested in letting that rule be changed for some reason.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, because there was just money specifically for Nevada, almost $30 million, I think. So, but what you're saying is there's a caveat in that will not allow us to do those distribution pipes, and that's from the federal government, and we can't do anything about it, and we're sure.
To clarify, Assemblywoman, I will get you more clarification from NDEP and get it back to you individually, but my understanding is, yes, there are certain rules and protocols that must be followed that more directly align with the other money that has been allocated in the large pool of funds. So yes, they did make an individual allocation to the state of Nevada, but they still follow some of the protocols. And our bigger issues with lead pipes is actually from the source to the distribution center, not the rest. But I will get you further clarification from MDEP and provide that to you as soon as possible.
Thank you. If you could get that to committee, I'm sure that the chair will get that out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will look forward to receiving that information and we'll share with the entire committee. Senator Goicoechea, did you have any questions? Okay, and I don't believe we had any from up north. Oh, I'm so sorry. A new question has just come in the last 10 seconds. Assemblyman DeLong didn't want to leave you hanging up there up north, so he has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on your one example, the Marlette to Virginia City line. Are there other transmission situations in the state besides that one that have lead pipes?
My understanding, again, James Settlemeyer for the record, thank you for the question. Assemblyman, my understanding there might be other examples of that in more rural areas, Tonopah, so forth, of that nature.
Okay.
I will get some more examples of that from the NDEP director, direct them to the committee to be distributed to all.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the presentation, Director. We definitely appreciated the PowerPoint as well. With that, we are going to close item number 8 on the agenda.
Thank you.
And move to item number 9 on the agenda. We do have, and we thank our presenters very much for item number 8. Moving on to item number 9, which is presentations on experiences with groundwater rights retirement in Nevada. I'm sure everyone has sensed a theme today in our discussion. We have 2 presentations under this item to learn more about implementing water right retirement under DCNR's program. And we really appreciate the overview we just received. The first portion is going to be representatives of the Walker Basin Conservancy. We'll hear from Mr. Peter Staton, the CEO of the Walker Basin Conservancy. We thank you so much for joining us today from Carson City. We'd love for you to introduce yourself. For the record, spell your name and proceed when ready.
Stanton, Peterstanton. And it's my honor to appear here as the CEO of the Walker Basin Conservancy, providing some updates on our efforts in the Nevada Water Conservation and Infrastructure Initiative. I lead the Conservancy in our efforts to cultivate resilient communities throughout the Walker Basin. Those communities include Smith, Mason Valley, Yerington, Schurz, Hawthorne, and communities throughout Eastern California as well. Over the last 10 years, we've worked with 155 farmers and ranchers to increase the flows of the Walker River and restore a fishery at Walker Lake. Today, I want to stress that there is great interest from local farmers and ranchers in the water rights retirement program in our region. I want to stress that we anticipate being able to leverage significant federal funding from the state's initial investment, and that continued support for water rights retirement and the on-the-ground work that's essential to make it happen is essential to long-term sustainable water policy. So I'm going to go through a bit of the specific concerns that our region faces, learnings from the initial pilot program, and recommendations from initial implementation as well. So historically, Mineral County's Walker Lake was a trophy trout fishery, home to Lahontan cutthroat trout, the largest native trout in North America. It's the traditional homeland of the Agay-Dakota or Walker River Paiute, who in their native language refer to themselves as trout eaters, and Walker Lake as trout water. Since European arrival, most of the water from the Walker River has been diverted for irrigation use upstream. This has led the river to run dry many years as it flows through the Walker River Reservation, and the reduced flows of the river have led to complete ecological collapse of Walker Lake. So once a trophy trout fishery, known as trout water, by 2009, Walker Lake no longer supported trout of any kind and has lost 90% of its volume. Similar to the Walker River, in our region, there are more rights to pump groundwater than there is annual recharge of the groundwater resource. That's led to significant declines in the groundwater levels over the last 50 years. During the 2014 and 15 drought, specifically, we saw precipitous declines in groundwater tables, including leading to domestic wells going dry. In 2015, the Nevada State Engineer curtailed supplemental groundwater rights, effectively reducing the amount that those water right owners could pump by 50%. That was eventually struck down in state court. I want to stress recent research from the U.S. Geological Survey also indicates that declining groundwater levels negatively impact the flows of the Walker River. So to put it simply, as you draw down the groundwater table, you're drawing down the river along with it. In this case, drawing down the lake and flows to the lake along with it. So in addition to threatening agricultural water supply, this creates significant conflict between groundwater users and the basin's most senior surface water rights, including those of the Walker River Paiute tribe at the end of the system. So since 2000, the Conservancy was incorporated in 2014 to administer the Walker Basin Restoration Program, a federally funded program. We've worked with 155 farmers and ranchers to purchase water historically used for irrigation, purchase and lease water historically used for irrigation, and send it to Walker Lake. In partnership with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, we've acquired more than 55% of the surface water needed long-term to restore and maintain the lake's fishery. Over that time, we've created a new state park on the East Walker River, actively revegetated more than 2,500 acres of former alfalfa fields, created public access to about 29 miles of the Walker River. Of particular note for today's conversation, over the last 10 years, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation and the Conservancy have acquired and relinquished 11,710 acre feet of groundwater per year through the program. Prior to the Nevada Water Conservation and Infrastructure Initiative, as far as I know, that is the single largest effort in retiring groundwater in the state of Nevada. As one of the initial recipients of the Nevada Water Conservation and Infrastructure Initiative grants, we're very pleased to report initial progress and engagement in the program. So we were initially awarded up to $4 million for groundwater right retirement in the Walker River Basin. We had 2 months to begin putting that on the ground. In just 2 months, in response to 2 meetings and 2 pieces of mail, we saw sellers express interest in entering more than 20,000 acre feet into the program, valued at more than $36 million. Because we've had such strong interest from sellers, we're able to prioritize water right acquisitions that will significantly reduce actual pumped water. Further, I want to stress that we're in a position to leverage federal funding to make the state's investments go further here. We're currently pursuing multiple transactions and actually just last week entered into contract on the first acquisition through this program. For the transactions we're pursuing, we expect the state's investment to be matched at least 1-to-1 by federal funds that are available for the purchase of surface water. Of particular note for the interim committee today, our federal delegation has been very pleased to see the state's investment in sustainable water management long term. This has a couple folds to it. The first is that there's been significant federal investment for water demand management in the Walker River Basin, and the state's management of unsustainable groundwater withdrawals has a direct negative impact on efforts to increase flows of the Walker River. This investment, through groundwater retirement, turns that on its head. So the reception we've received from the federal delegation indicates that should the state of Nevada develop a sustainable funding source for water rights retirement or environmental flow enhancement, we're likely to see an appetite at the federal level for continued investment in water rights retirement. I also want to stress that with roughly 2 months to do initial outreach on this project, it's really because we have been engaging with water rights holders for more than 10 years in our region that we're able to bring forward so many willing sellers, right? I'd also like to stress, as we see engagement from across the state of Nevada through this program, there's 2 areas where a lot of people have been interested, right? That's the Walker River Basin and Diamond Valley. And one of the key commonalities between those two is that in both regions, there has been respectively curtailment of groundwater rights in the Walker River Basin and a groundwater management plan in Diamond Valley. And so it is in areas where there's real threat of regulatory threat of the sustainability of groundwater withdrawal that we've seen strong response to this market mechanism for water rights retirement. As we look forward at what needs to be improved in this project, I want to bring forward two suggestions. First and foremost, the average length of our relationship with groundwater sellers in this program is more than 6 years. We're in a position to retire groundwater effectively because of a long-term ongoing investment in protecting water resources. The Water Conservation Initiative's been made possible through a reinvestment of federal stimulus money, and we don't know when the next tranche of federal money is going to come down the pipeline. We need to take advantage of current interest, build on current momentum, and be prepared to leverage federal opportunities when they do arise. Accordingly, I ask the Interim Committee to consider funding ongoing water rights retirement and specifically ongoing operations in each of the regions where we have stood up this program. That will provide continuity in building relationships, continuity in presenting quality information around water supply and demand, and continuity in the administrative apparatus needed to retire water rights. I also want to stress that the current program addresses water and water alone, right? And at the Conservancy, we're currently working to establish a federal mechanism to fund land repurposing, revegetation, other dryland farming practices behind water rights retirement. This element is currently missing from the program within the state of Nevada. At the Conservancy, we go above and beyond to demonstrate our commitment to the land that's affected by water rights retirement, and we have found that sustainable long-term solutions need sustainable long-term funding mechanisms if we're going to provide meaningful solutions for landholders in the long run. So, in summary today, I really want to commend the legislature for the leadership in taking responsibility for long-term water supply in our state. As we go into the next legislative session, we have the chance to to take this pilot project and its learnings and create a stable funding mechanism to ensure that we can leverage these opportunities in the future. Today, even with this pilot program in our region, we're going to see water resources continue to be diminished in our region. Through thoughtful action over the coming months, our leaders and policymakers can ensure that we don't squander this moment, don't squander this momentum. We can firmly put ourselves on a trajectory towards sustainable water management in the Walker and across the state. And that requires putting folks on the ground, building these relationships in critical areas throughout the state. So I'll leave you today with a final image, and that's the image of Walker Lake. You see the water level in 1908 versus where it was in 2019 there, and it's like the bathtub rings at Lake Mead, right? It's a very stark visual reminder of the threat to our state's water resources. You can't miss it when you're at Walker Lake. It's very tangible, it's very palpable. And while we can't see groundwater decline immediately, the same thing is happening with groundwater resources throughout our state currently. We have a public trust responsibility to protect our water resources and groundwater resources in the long run, and I hope that the Interim Committee will play a leadership role in carrying this momentum forward and leaving the water resources for future generations that our state needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stanton. That's definitely a striking image for us to end on. It reminds me of looking out at Lake Mead here in southern Nevada. Do we have any questions here in the South? Not seeing anyone jumping to their microphones. You've been very thorough. Do we have anyone in the North? I believe that Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for bringing this to us today. I just wondered if you could expand a little bit on what you mean when you say address land with water. What does that look like on an actual case-by-case basis?
Thank you for the question. For the record, Peter Stanton. I'll speak to the Walker River Basin specifically, right? So in our region, we get an average of about 5 inches of precipitation a year. That means that dryland farming is not really an option, right? When we take agricultural fields out of production, especially alfalfa fields out of production, there are significant impacts to the soil long term. There's significant impact. There's very intensive agricultural weed pressure in that soil as well, right? So in the Walker River Basin, we've taken an approach that centers around the reestablishment of native plant communities, repurposing of land for other purposes. I alluded to the creation of a state park on the East Walker River, excellent example of repurposing former alfalfa fields for recreational use, right? As we go forward into the future, ensuring that there is funding available to do that revegetation and provide, frankly, for ongoing weed management on those properties for multiple years, I think is a key element of a robust program.
So Chair, if I could just briefly follow up.
Yes.
Okay, so just to clarify, are you suggesting then that within the program, you're actually purchasing the land as well? Or are you saying there's an agreement that there will be money for the landowner to then do that work?
I'd like to thank you for the question. Again, Peter Stanton for the record. Through the Nevada Water Conservation Initiative, we are not purchasing any land with the program. There's also currently, in our administration of the program, not an ongoing commitment to the landowner in any financial way. The Conservancy works directly with landowners to develop long-term land use plans. We actually provide native plant material, actively do revegetation, often in partnership with landowners, including landowners who retain land after selling water rights.
That clarifies it. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Seeing no questions down here and no further questions up north, we thank you so much, Mr. Stanton, for your presentation today. And we'll have you take a deep breath and step back from the table. Again, we thank you. And we will move on to Part B, and that will be representative of the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority and the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority. So staying within agenda item 9, we'll now hear from Mr. Jeff Fontaine, Executive Director of the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority and Humboldt River Basin Water Authority. We thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Fontaine. We ask you to introduce yourself, spell your name, and proceed when ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Joint Committee. For the record, I'm Jeff Fontaine. That's Jeff-Fontaine, and I serve as the Executive Director of both the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority and Humboldt River Basin Water Authority. And thank you for the opportunity to present on CNRWA and HRBWA's experience with groundwater rights retirement. And I really appreciate you having a number of presenters here today to talk about their experience with water rights retirement programs in different areas around the country. Let me slide over here if I may. So Director Settlemyer has already provided the background on the program. I just want to express appreciation to the legislature for appropriating the ARPA funding for the program and also acknowledge the Department of Conservation Natural Resources leadership in initiating the program and working very closely with us during the past 6 months. So our goal all along has been to utilize the grant funds to develop and implement a short-term water rights retirement program that can be a model for an enduring statewide program. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Laurel. So you heard the program has a very tight timeline, and while the state had developed guidelines as part of their rollout of the program, we needed to have our own plan and details related to what we were going to be doing at CNRWA and HRBWA. And even though both of those organizations have different hydrographic areas that they work in and priorities, it made a lot of sense for us to administer the program jointly. We did a lot of upfront work and planning and assembled a really great team of contractors to help us with all of this. And those contractors had a lot of experience working in the Central and Humboldt regions, so they're There was an agricultural economist, our legal counsel, someone who helped us with the communications and outreach, and certainly water rights and conservation specialists. As the timeline shows, we received official notice of the grant awards in November and had until February to develop and submit a list of willing sellers to the department. And now we have until September 30th of this year to acquire the groundwater rights or to enter into some sort of contractual agreement for the transfer of those rights. And I would also note that the sellers will be able to continue to irrigate until September 30th if they wish to do so. As far as the prioritization of groundwater rights within both the Central Region and Humboldt Region, well, first of all, Director Sotomayor went over how the department prioritized their basins. Clearly overpumped, overappropriated basins are the priority, and those with known conflicts with existing rights and natural resources. Within the Central Region, there are 8 overpumped groundwater basins, but for the purposes of this program, CNRWA targeted 4, and that's Diamond Valley, which is the state's only designated critical management area, Big Smoky Valley, Stone Cabin and Railroad Valley, the southern part, where the predominant manner of use in all of those basins is irrigation. And in the Humboldt region, there are also 8 overpump basins, and the HRBWA board targeted 4 basins where groundwater pumping has the highest potential for surface water capture from either the Humboldt River or one of its tributaries. So those are Paradise Valley, Winnemucca Segment, Grass Valley, the Lower Reese River, and the Lower Reese River Valley. We really wanted to focus on the larger agricultural water right holders. We didn't think that we make a lot of progress by trying to buy up 10, 20, 30 acre feet at a time, but the large agricultural water right holders with combined duties of greater than 640 acre feet. And then we also want to make sure that we were purchasing full permits and certificates for water rights that are in regular use. So there was a lot of interest in this program. In fact, I would say that it exceeded our expectations. In the Central Region, we had 9 applicants who in total submitted 37 permitted rights or certificated rights, and they're all in Diamond Valley. Some of those applicants are selling off their entire water rights and will be ceasing operation any irrigation in the future after those rights are retired. Others are hanging on to a portion of their total rights and will continue to irrigate perhaps other lands that they have. So the applications in total were or are 12,535 acre feet for a total cost of $10,654,913. In the Humboldt region, there were 7 applicants who submitted 41 permits in certificated rights, and those applicants are in Antelope Valley, Middle Reese River Valley, and Upper Reese River Valley. Those 3 valleys, are not the target basins that we had hoped to acquire water rights in because there's no surface water capture in these basins, but nonetheless, they are overpumped, and quite frankly, when we get to the next couple of slides, you'll see why they are important basins for us to address. And in the Humboldt Basin, we had willing sellers totaling over 13,000 acre feet at a total cost of about $12 million. I would also note that when we received the applications, we made it clear to prospective sellers, those applications, by submitting an application, it's not binding. We still have a lot of things to work out, but none of the applicants have voluntarily dropped out at this point. This map you saw earlier, the state engineer presented this as part of his, I believe, his overall presentation on the groundwater basin maps. And the 7 red basins that you see here are those with the sharpest decline of groundwater levels in the state, and those groundwater levels are, according to that map, declining at greater than 1.5 foot per year. And you can see they include the 3 basins that we're purchasing water rights from, and that's Diamond Valley, Antelope Valley, and the Middle Reese River Valley. And I would also note that 4 of those red basins, the ones with the diagonal lines, are affected by mine dewatering, whereas in the three basins that we're interested in, Diamond Valley, Antelope Valley, and Middle Reese River Valley, they are not affected by mine dewatering. The program elements, these are specific to the CNRWA, HRBWA program, and again, incorporating all of the state requirements. The water rights valuation has been talked about quite a bit, foundational to the program. There are several methodologies that can be utilized, but given the short time frame that we had in the large geographic area, our economist established a methodology to determine the price based on typical costs and income from farming 1 acre of alfalfa. And there were different values set based on whether the basin was just over-appropriated, whether it was over-appropriated and over-pumped. And in Diamond Valley, we had a different and actually a little bit of a lower amount compared to the other over-pump basins based primarily on the CMA designation. Communications and outreach came up earlier with Mr. Stanton's presentation. We really made a concerted effort to get the word out there. We presented at various meetings, the Nevada Farm Bureau, Nevada Cattlemen's, the Diamond Valley Annual Groundwater Management meeting. We submitted news stories. We had lots of coverage around the state, including in the urban parts of the state for some reason. And we paid for advertising in rural newspapers, industry publications, and we actually did some social media and lots of word of mouth. But the other part of this is the ongoing discussions with prospective sellers and now the applicants that have been approved for funding. And, you know, selling your water right is a big deal. What I learned in this process is, and it's been brought up before, farmers want to farm, and you know, they want to continue to farm, but a lot of them see the writing on the wall. And this is an opportunity for them to make an important decision that is potentially life-changing for them and their families. And so they wanted to have constant communications in this process, and we were happy to do that. And we didn't have the ability to have the longer relationship like Mr. Stanton does with his folks in the Walker River Basin, but it's an important component of this program, I believe. The application process, again, pretty straightforward. We had 8 weeks to do it. We made it as simple as possible. Individuals could apply online, or they could download a 2-page application and put it in an envelope and mail it to us. The due diligence piece, which is really very important, this is really the detailed evaluation of each of the permits and the certificates, so we can verify all their information with the Nevada Division of Water Resource records. And then any issue that needed to be resolved is going to be the responsibility of the applicant, and we've pointed out what items may need to be resolved administratively. The prioritization of applications within our basins. Again, we are trying to purchase as much wet water as possible as measured by the percentage of pumped water relative to the appropriated right. And legal financial mechanisms, we needed to assure, first and foremost, assurance with Nevada water law, being able to operate within the context of the Nevada water law. Lots of legal documents, essential documents, such as the purchase and sale agreements and declaration of restrictive covenants, all needed to be developed. And then the financial aspects of this, including setting up escrow accounts, are all part of what needs to be done for this program. And then lastly, the mitigation and future land uses. Mitigation, we knew this going into the program is an extremely important component, and we also heard this from the communities. And part of what we're including in the purchase price for the water rights is $50 an acre foot, and that is specifically for mitigation. And it's really going to be very important for the landowners to continue that, and we've developed a plan for them to use so they can do the conversion from an irrigated crop to an unirrigated condition that really doesn't, you know, result in proliferation of invasive or noxious weeds or soil loss through erosion or really any other nuisance that could result from that. Program budget, I'm just going to go over this very quickly. The money, when the grant awards were made to CNRWA and HRBWA, were sort of flexible. They could move back and forth between the two organizations based on need. When it was all said and done with an amendment, the net result is that It appears we'll be able to purchase about 11,469 acre feet out of the total for sale of 12,535 acre feet in Diamond Valley. In the Middle Reese River Valley, in the Humboldt region, we'll be able to purchase all of the 3,675 acre feet that is for sale in the Middle Reese River Valley, and then purchase about 2,400 acre feet out of the total for sale in the Antelope Valley, which was almost 13,000 acre feet. So the other item I want to point out on this particular graph is that our administrative costs, even with hiring professional consultants and contractors, will most likely be less than 2% of the total cost of the grant. This was also brought up earlier about the impacts, and I'll just say that, at least in Diamond Valley, we're retiring the equivalent of 1/3 of the perennial yield if all the sales go through. In Antelope Valley and Middle Reese River Valley, potentially require the equivalent, retiring the equivalent of about more than 25% of the perennial yield in each of those basins. Our key takeaways, and I'm going to echo what Mr. Stanton had to say, the critical management area designation clearly motivated sellers in Diamond Valley. We believe that this carrot and stick approach, if you will, is an important factor in why there was so much interest. In the case of the Middle Reese and River Valleys, sharply declining groundwater levels, I think, were really the motivating factor there. I think some of the applicants there, that we talked to, were looking at having to spend potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars to deepen their wells. And at some point, they realized that the situation isn't getting any better anytime soon. And then lastly, probably the biggest one for us is based on the number of applications submitted in a short amount of time. There really seems to be significant interest in continuing this program in the future. I want to end on this slide, and I probably should have entitled it, "Why Purchase and Retire Water Rights?" I think we know why we need to do that, but why do it with ARPA funds and potentially state funds or other taxpayer dollars? And you've all heard about the federal land policies, the Homestead Act, the Desert Land Act of 1877, which spurred settlement of the West and encouraged people to irrigate and cultivate the public lands in the arid regions of the West. And water rights were pretty easy to get back then, and farmers relied on those water rights. And as a result, there's been, individual and generational farms that have made significant investments in their communities. They're major economic generators in rural Nevada. And the state did over-appropriate these groundwater basins, and this occurred over many decades. And Director Sotomayor talked about this, but I think the past thinking was that water users would not put their entire allocations to use, and times have changed. And also, we just didn't have the same understanding about hydrology and evapotranspiration in the West as there is today. So there are limited tools for trying to get these groundwater basins back into balance, and that really is curtailment. Nobody wants to see that happen, but it would be devastating on families and communities and have really some serious consequences. And so the other item that I should have added to this chart as well, or this graph as well, is that purchasing water rights clearly has an environmental benefit by reducing pumping. And so with that, thank you again for the opportunity, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We really enjoyed the presentation, and it was incredibly informative. Executive Director Fontaine, it's always wonderful to see you. I had one question. It was really impressive looking at the figures in the slide, and oh goodness, let me find it again. The one in regards to essentially 1/3 of the perennial yield being retired in Diamond Valley, and then looking at Antelope and let me find the slide. I can tell you exactly. Antelope Valley and Middle Reese River, approximately 1/4. How long I guess, I heard there was a significant amount of time where there was outreach happening. So how long did it take to get to that point where we were able to generate that interest?
Well, we had anticipated the program, but we didn't know for sure if we would be getting a grant award, or if we did, how much that would be. But we started to sort of get the word out there. But officially, we launched our application process and our outreach campaign around November 28th. So, well, maybe a little bit earlier than November 20th, but mid to late November. And so this is the list of willing sellers, or the interest from around that time to just January 22nd when we close the application process.
You know, that's really interesting. And again, I am obviously fascinated by this program, and I'm always looking at ways we can conserve water in the driest state in the nation. So this has been incredibly informative. I believe the vice chair also had a question.
Thank you, Chair. And as you were asking your question, I thought of what I had asked Director Settlemyre earlier, and I should have asked the past presenter too. Do you go through and do a process of what went well, what didn't do well, what do we need to improve, internally or externally, when it comes to doing this, in the hopes that we get to do it a second time? Like, have you done that already, or are you in the process of doing that evaluation, since, as Director Settlemyre just pointed out, we're not done with the program yet? So just wondering about your evaluation techniques of the actual program.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Anderson, and for the record, Jeff Fontaine. So I'll say the same thing. We're still in the process of working through this. We haven't acquired a drop of water yet. We're poised to do that, but so I'm, reluctant to give you any specific recommendations, except for one, and that is this program requires more time than 11 months.
Heard and understood. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We're going to go over to Senator Goa-Kachia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And first and foremost, Jeff, I want to thank you and your board at Central Nevada Water and Humboldt River. And again, I realize that they're made up of users and permit holders in those areas. But if it hadn't been for you and your people actually taking a hold of this, nobody else would have done this in 10 months and got to this. And again, here we are. We're looking at two basins of the 256 that at least are headed the right direction. And so I can only thank you and your boards for the work you did, and job well done. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Director, again, for the work you've done, for the presentation today, which was incredibly thorough. We do not have any questions from Northern Nevada, and I believe that exhausts our questions from Southern Nevada. So with that, we thank you again for your presentation, and we are going to close item 9 on the agenda. You're able to take a step back from the table, and we are going to move on to item number 10, a presentation on groundwater conservation easements. We'll hear from Dr. Catherine Wright, Senior Researcher with the Property Environmental Research Center, discussing a different approach to groundwater rights retirement. I believe Dr. Wright's joining us in Carson City, and we thank you so much for being here today. When you're ready, please introduce yourself, spell your name for the record, and we look forward to your presentation.
Chairwoman and committee members, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Dr. Catherine Wright, and as you said, I'm with the Property Environment Research Center. I'm a senior researcher there. I recently finished my PhD at Arizona State University, studying in particular various approaches to managing water scarcity in the West. That ranges from everything from quantifying how effective different programs are at saving water, to building data sets to help us understand how water transfers impact agricultural communities. I'm here as a guest of the Nature Conservancy as well, and to talk about voluntary approaches to achieving sustainable groundwater management through groundwater conservation easements. This is a report that my company did. PERC is a nonprofit, nonpartisan think tank in Bozeman, Montana, that has also spent around 40 years looking at water markets, water transfers, and using voluntary approaches to manage environmental problems. So today I want to talk to you about groundwater conservation easements, which are very similar to conservation easements in that they are an agreement between a landowner, a water rights holder, a farmer, a rancher, and a nonprofit or another individual that's interested in seeing preserving environmental quality. Unlike a conservation easement, though, these groundwater conservation easements are over a reduction in water use on a particular parcel. And today I want to talk to you about how they can help us ensure permanent savings in water use, as well as they're inherently a flexible method to doing this. But there are still several policy hurdles that we have before they can be used in Nevada. So as Senator Simpson referred to earlier, the first groundwater conservation easement was done in the San Luis Valley. And this was between Peachwood Farms and Colorado Open Lands, where Peachwood Farms decided that they were going to gradually reduce their water use over time by going into an agreement. And the agreement was over 1,700 acre feet of water reduction that would contribute to aquifer recharge in the area. And notably, this actually brought the valley into compliance and allowed his neighbors to continue to farm. And he just made a decision to reduce his water use on that plot. Now, I want to encourage us, like everyone else has been today, to think about groundwater conservation easements as just a tool in the toolbox. They are not the only method. We have plenty of different methods. I'm going to talk about when it might be the proper time to think about a groundwater conservation easement. So you can think of, rotational fallowing or buyback programs. Groundwater conservation easements are just going to be another tool in that kit. So first I want to talk about the permanent savings of a conservation easement. So this is, a design of the easement itself in that it ensures permanent water savings on a parcel. Now, oftentimes with these methods over water reductions, we have to choose between certainty in reduction or certainty in method, and that limits the flexibility that, let's say, the farmer has. So an example I always use is in rotational fallowing. So rotational fallowing really restricts what the farmer can and can't do. He has to fallow, but it provides a certainty and maybe a temporary water saving. So there's a certainty in the amount of water perhaps saved, but that limits the ability of the farmer to kind of adapt and change as, say, the climate changes or as, seasons change. And what groundwater conservation easements allow us to do is they allow us to balance that certainty and flexibility. So they assure that we have a amount of water reduced, so the agreement is over that water reduction, but the farmer is able to decide how that reduction is achieved. Which leads me to my next point about flexibility. So it's flexible compared to other alternatives that require water reductions. So the idea is, could we reduce water use without prescribing necessarily how that happens? And I like this method in particular because it allows farmers to make decisions on their own farms about what's best for them. That might look like, implementing different irrigation infrastructure. It might look like irrigating at a different time. It might look like growing different crops, or it might look like retiring a certain well. But importantly, a farmer is able to make the decision about his own farm and what's best for him and what he needs to do in the future. These agreements, groundwater conservation easements, can also be made between a nonprofit or a land trust, and the agreement could be to restore an aquifer, or it could be for another conservation outcome like in-stream flow. So importantly, though, there are several policy hurdles, and I have a little animation to go with this one. But currently in NRS code, there's nothing that prevents reallocation once a basin has been stabilized. So the state engineer could reallocate water in the future if they so decide for groundwater in a basin. So you could think if we make an easement over an outcome, we're pulling out a straw out of the aquifer. We're retiring certain water rights. And as we do that, we can see the aquifer levels go up. But what this means is that in the future, if aquifer levels are restored, there's nothing really in code stopping a new water right from being issued for that saved water. And importantly, that affects the incentives for landowners to want to participate in these groundwater conservation easements. However, a potential solution is considering how can we think about conservation as a beneficial use. So when we conserve water for the purpose of aquifer restoration, is there a way that we can view that conservation as a beneficial use, and thus the water right is maintained and not able to be reallocated into the future? Also, most conservation easements require a conservation easement enabling statute. Nevada has one, but Colorado, unlike Nevada, so where the original groundwater conservation easement was done, in Colorado, they identified water as one of the resources that could be put into a conservation easement. And so similarly in Nevada, you would want to consider, is the way our statute written, does it allow for water to be put into a conservation easement, or is there more detail that needs to be put into that enabling statute to ensure that a groundwater conservation easement can occur? So to give you three final takeaways, a little bit reminder of what I've talked about, is that groundwater conservation easements are just an additional tool in the toolbox. We would want to use them for when we want to permanently reduce water in a basin. We wouldn't want to use it for just temporary reductions because, again, this is a permanent tool. However, that permanency also comes with an inherent flexibility in that farmers can decide how they achieve those water reductions instead of prescribing that. And then also, in order to have groundwater conservation easements, to allow them to be successful here, we need to consider conservation perhaps as a beneficial use. And in this report that our company has written, we go through the other aspects that made groundwater conservation easements successful in Colorado, and thinking about the enabling conditions that would be required in several other states. And we come up with a tier system as well to discuss how would Nevada, for example, fall into the feasibility for a groundwater conservation easement. I would be happy to continue this conversation or pass out other copies of the report. So again, I'm Catherine Wright. I'm a senior researcher at PERC. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much again for the presentation, Dr. Wright. Do we have any questions here in Southern Nevada? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. And it looks like we don't have any questions from the north either. I'm thinking we're getting to that post-lunch haze right now. But we thank you so much, and it was a really interesting presentation. And with that, we will close item 10 on the agenda, and you're welcome to step back. Thank you again. And that will move us to item number 11 on our agenda, the presentation on water for wildlife legislation. This is our final presentation of the day, and we'll focus on water for wildlife. On this, we'll hear from Kyle Rohrink, Executive Director of the Great Basin Water Network. We thank you so much for joining us in Carson City. Ask you to say and spell your name for the record when you're ready and begin. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Kyle Rohrink, Kyleroerink. I'm the Executive Director of the Great Basin Water Network. Thank you all for having me here. And to start with a little levity, I would say that I was recently at giving a presentation, and someone asked me, how do we make Nevada's water law more like California's? And I said, that would absolutely be one of the worst things that we could do right now. And I think part of my presentation is trying to exemplify some of the things that we do have in place that can help encourage more conservation, but also keep rural communities intact. Okay, just a few considerations before we get started. It's been estimated that we've lost about 50% of our wetlands in the state over the past century or so, as we've seen from the maps that the state engineer has produced. We have basins that are in trouble, and we also know that we're using some, maybe outdated methods in terms of how we are estimating what is available, which availability is one of the cornerstones of our water law in this state. But again, as I just mentioned, we have some existing tools in our toolbox that can help advance conservation. And I just kind of want to say briefly, we've been talking a lot about money that has been sort of a windfall for us in Nevada since ARPA was passed by Congress. I even think, considering the Walker Basin, you've had the federal government help fund those considerable efforts to restore such a special place down there, but we have to be thinking, what do we do if we don't have a lot of money at our disposal? How do we incentivize other practices while also, again, making sure that rural communities can stay intact? Again, there are no silver bullets. As I mentioned, the Water Rights Buyback Program is having its successes. In recent sessions, on the 2021 session and the 2023 session, we've really been focusing on municipal conservation and have been doing a great job with things like turf removal and septic conversions and some of those other things we passed last session. And unfortunately, at least in recent years, the attempts at rural conservation efforts were kind of thinly veiled attempts to really facilitate water exportation and some other questionable practices. Unfortunately, those bills didn't pass, but those are some things that we need to learn from. And I think the other thing I wanted to mention was that we need some voluntary measures that entities will actually use. I talk about statutes collecting dust here in the PowerPoint, and I'll be pointing to some of those momentarily. And I think this is really the seminal question as agricultural producers invest in conservation, what can be done, again, voluntarily, and how do we provide some different types of incentives when there may not be a lot of money at our disposal. And I think it's important. Water is the lifeblood of agricultural communities, and I think in recent years we've seen a lot of demonizing of agricultural communities in certain groups, and that's not what we're really here to do. I think we need to have those folks at the table more than anything else, and I think this is a really important part is, the base water rights that agricultural producers have is what brings a lot of the value to a farm or a ranch in this state. And so as we think about saving and conserving, we also need to consider to ensure that we're not creating loopholes for speculators or other nefarious interests for trying to take advantage, doing something in the name of conservation, but actually doing it for other purposes. And so as I just alluded to, I think the real dilemma here is what I'm calling pumping to protect water rights. And we're seeing agricultural producers make major investments in conservation efforts, going from 160 quarter sections where they're using wheel lines and then making investments into center pivots where they are reducing, in theory, what they're consumptively using. But I guess it's commonly referred to as cutting the corners at agricultural productions. And so what are you doing with the savings of that water in a use it or lose it system like we have in Nevada and in the West? And so I think what we're going to see more efficiencies come into play with AI technology. I know that's something that farmers on my board of directors are talking about right now, as in addition to other types of center pivot upgrades and other innovations, we're going to see more efficiencies create opportunities for conservation. So again, what are we doing with those savings? And I mentioned Javon's paradox here, is as you get more efficient, you tend to use even more. So how are we going, again, to overcome that in this state? And so I think I want to segue here into one area of discussion that can help us at least have a framework for considering how what maybe to do to have more savings. And as many of us know, again, beneficial use is the basis, limit, and measure of our water law. Quantity, point of diversion, place of use, manner of use, they're very much the substance of beneficial use. And right now, as it exists, we have statute and Nevada Supreme Court precedent and rulings and permits from the state engineer that say that water can be put to beneficial use for recreation, wildlife purposes, and I guess we could say, some conservation-minded purposes as well. So just really briefly, NRS 533-030 specifically highlights that a beneficial use can be a recreational purpose, and I think we've seen decisions where things like fishing and protecting fisheries is essentially considered as a part of a recreational purpose. And we have a state engineer ruling 4683 from 1998, very important for Pyramid Lake and their fisheries out there. This is just a screenshot from that ruling, but you can search the state engineer's archives and see dozens and dozens of other rulings that were made for wildlife purposes. And another section in statute, 533-023, we have wildlife purposes defined. So again, we have some precedents here for conservation-minded efforts. And 533-367 is a statute really intended to make sure that if water life is using a water source today, they are going to continue to have access to it, and this recently came up in the Sullivan decision from the Nevada Supreme Court, and that was affirmed and is a part of precedent now. And lastly, 533-0243, some of the founders of my organization worked on this back in 2007, and largely this was really intended to really be used in the Walker Basin before a lot of money started flowing into there. But again, this allows for temporary conversion of agricultural water for certain purposes, and there are some limits in terms of how long you can have that temporary conversion. But again, this is another place to look at and give us some guidance on what we can maybe do. And the big Nevada Supreme Court precedent for us to consider here is 1988 State of Nevada versus Moros was the state engineer at the time, and so again another area for us to look at and consider as we talk about water conservation, water for wildlife, etc. So to kind of finish up here, the recommendations, we need a silver buckshot approach because there really aren't silver bullets out there for us. And so I think we could make a couple small tweaks to 533-0243. We also have to be considering in regards to that we're not double counting conserved water, and that's been mentioned multiple times today, making sure that other entities aren't necessarily putting to beneficial use water that is being conserved. And again, I think we need to have a bigger discussion about the elephant in the room, and that's how do we give agricultural interests the ability to conserve water that their technological efficiencies bring without having to lose the base right, the value of their base right, the value of the right that is giving them, really the value of their whole operation. So it's certainly not going to be easy. And again, a couple of other things. Let's consider how existing statute and precedent can be that foundation. Let's consider that any conserved water or water for wildlife purposes, what do we do with moving their points of diversion? Other considerations like exportation for out-of-basin uses. I think that should certainly be a prohibition. How do we limit buy and dry scenarios? Let's also consider how we can avoid conflict, because that's so much of what our regulators are dealing with today is conflict amongst existing rights holders, and we shouldn't be having conflict, but it's inevitable. And I do, if we have any time, I had some footage of a ranch in northwestern Nevada that had converted its agricultural rights to water for wildlife purposes, and so I was just going to play this really quickly for y'all, and then we can go. But this is something that we know is being done. We know it's been permitted and proved. Oh, is this not showing up? Let me see here. Oh, here we go. So, yeah, this was at one time a ranching operation, and there was some alfalfa being grown on this property, and the applicant was able to change the manner of use for wildlife purposes. The applicant did make financial investments in order to have those rights be converted and improve a beneficial use for wildlife purposes. And so, with that said, Madam Chair, I really appreciate this time, and would be happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Executive Director Rohring. Do we have any questions here in Southern Nevada? Okay, any questions in Northern Nevada? Okay, it looks like we do not have, oh, wait, no, I take it back. I was going to say going, gone. However, Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch does have a question for you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, especially for the drone footage. I think that was really enlightening. So my question is, we just saw drone footage of an entire ranch that was converted to wildlife, but you talked about cutting corners. Does it have to be the entire operation, or can it be just those corners that are being cut in a pivot system that you're talking about converting to wildlife use?
Madam Chair, Kyle Rorank, for the record. I think this is what you just described is exactly the type of thing that we need to be considering. It doesn't have to be a whole ranch. It can be a part of a base right, and those are the types of things in a silver buckshot approach that we need to be looking at, and we need to make sure that we have buy-in from all sectors. That 2007 statute I mentioned had buy-in from all sectors, and I think that's really the key here. So, but again, I think we would love to see what you just described.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no more questions, I am going to say thank you so much again for the presentation. We can have you step back and we will close item number 11 on the agenda. And that brings us to item number 12, public comments. Our last item, and it's our second period of public comment today. I know we had a few speakers who were having some challenges earlier today in order to communicate their thoughts. So again, please call in by dialing 888-475-4499. When prompted, please enter meeting ID 828-8500-7462 and then press pound. Broadcast and production services staff will indicate to you when it is your turn to speak. Please remember to clearly state and spell your name and limit your comment to 2 minutes, and we look forward to hearing from you. But first, do we have anyone here in Las Vegas or in Carson City? If so, please come forward to the table. All right, I see in Carson City we have a couple people coming forward, so once you're seated, let's begin.
Chair Pazina and Interim Committee of Natural Resources. My name is Olivia Tanager. For the record, I'm the Executive Director of the Sierra Club's Toyabe chapter, and I'm glad to be with you all here today in Carson City. The Toyabe chapter works on promoting rooftop solar, expanding public transportation, and protecting land, water, and wildlife across the Great Basin. As Senator Pazina pointed out earlier, Nevada is the driest state in the nation, so conversations around water conservation are of paramount importance. I want to offer my comments in support of Mr. Rowink's presentation. The Toyabe chapter cares strongly about equitable solutions to our changing climate here in Nevada. We support keeping water in existing water basins and taking measures to fix our over-appropriated basins. I would encourage you all to think about common sense solutions to our water scarcity problems that help communities across the state. The Toyabe chapter strongly supports using existing water rights for wildlife. Incentives to provide water for wildlife that don't otherwise negatively impact our watersheds will become increasingly important over the next few years. Thank you all for facilitating this conversation and for the work you do as caretakers of our beautiful state. And have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Micheline Fairbank, and I am here not on behalf of anybody in particular, and I am not going to talk about anything associated with water. I'm actually here to talk about a little bit of support, but also just raising some thoughts with respect to the shared stewardship program. The shared stewardship is an absolutely incredible program, and it presents great opportunities. But as government is starting to expand into areas in which the private sector has traditionally been providing services, you're starting to experience and see where the government sector is competing with small businesses and local businesses that have been providing certain services, particularly when we talk about fuel reduction or home hardening or advising homeowners and communities with respect to those different types of measures that they can take to protect their properties. And so what happens is you have small businesses that have to pay workers' compensation fees, which are exceptionally high. They have to pay environmental insurance fees. They have to pay general liability insurance, all of these different costs, as well as not being able to leverage costs for lower equipment, is starting to impose pressures on those small businesses as they're now in a position where they're competing with government entities. And so public-private partnerships are great opportunities, but not to the extent of small businesses. And so I think that's something to be in consideration is there's great opportunity for the state to leverage its resources and leverage those small businesses and help expand opportunities and availability of services for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we had one more speaker at the table in Carson City.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. Denny French, DENIFRENCH. Thank you for having the time to have all these wonderful presenters. I can't think of anybody that presented that I just didn't just want to swallow up all the words, and I got all mixed up in trying to keep notes. But the main thing I'd like to talk about is all of them. The stewardship really requires a great deal of information. And as was stated, we are so behind on our hydraulic mapping and updates on that. I mean, years and years and years, and that's unexcusable, and shame on us. And now that we have the technology and the science to do so, I would like to encourage any money that we have as a state to go towards getting those upgraded, because anybody who wants to be a steward needs to have a good foundation, and that information will provide it. The next thing on here is the groundwater basin areas. I, from my personal position and my personal opinion, is that Carson City has not had enough information to have made some of the decisions it has, but since they have made those decisions, they have to move forward. And so anything that the state can provide as far as background from this meeting and others, I look forward to Carson having access. The next thing is, as far as retiring or there are several different ways to have put that, and I'm sure I put that note somewhere else. The deal on the water rights, that's a really neat thing to have some flexibility in. As you said, portions of a property could be part of an easement perhaps or such, and that's really good. I appreciate that. I think we've been put in a spot. Now water is really gold. Even states are going to be asking for other states. I know Carson City looks to other cities to help implement our water resources as far as filtration or mixing, so that we have proper limits of certain requirements and such. So none of us are alone on this, so the cooperative activity is really important. The next thing, as far as wildlife.
Mr. French, you're actually well over 2 minutes, so if you want to wrap it up for us, we'd love to hear it.
Well, wildlife, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Chair. I guess that was you all. Thank you. The basic thing I want to throw in there is the wildlife. Without it, we shouldn't really even be able to exist. So please, almost the health and safety that Stratton-Meyer brought up earlier has got to be the first consideration. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we're so happy you were able to attend today. It's wonderful hearing all of the public comment, and we really appreciate it. We're going to move to the phones now. Broadcast and production services. Please let us know if we have any callers who'd like to make public comment.
Thank you so much, Chair. To provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, committee members. For the record, Fred Volz, V as in Victor, OLTZ. At this committee's last meeting, the issue of studying the operating practices and composition of the Commission on Natural Resources and the Wildlife Commission received considerable and overdue attention. Perhaps the best way to frame the issue is to compare commission membership to the legislative districts you represent. It would be patently inappropriate for one Senate or Assembly district to have 500,000 people and an adjacent district to have only 50,000 people for one legislator to represent. This type of imbalance currently exists with both commissions and needs a complete review. Much was heard during final comments about how wildlife killing licensees contribute time and money toward habitat. Genuine altruism does not seek out reward in exchange for money or services rendered. By and large, the licensees participating in such activities do so to ensure a steady supply of animals for sport killing, not to protect or perpetuate wildlife without personal benefit. No acknowledgement was given to non-licensees who commit money and time to help wildlife without the expectation of personal reward. Such contributions aren't measured by NDOW or estimated by them, which considers non-licensees to be non-existent constituents on display at any Wildlife Commission meeting. Here's an alternative suggestion toward answering a key question. What is the value of wildlife to all Nevadans? Let's put a dollar value on each wildlife species member, alive or dead. As part of the study, it would be worthwhile to consult with the Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities and ask them to do the needed accounting. If Wildlife Commission licensees kill wildlife, then shouldn't they compensate the public treasury for the value of public property being permanently destroyed and converted to private property? Hopefully this committee will recommend a study proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volz. Literally right on the 2 minutes. And Mr. French, back to your comments earlier, I did want to say that I also got so much wonderful knowledge from all of today's speakers and really enjoyed all the presentations. So I'm happy you were able to sit in and enjoy them with us. I don't believe we have anyone else on the phone. Is that correct?
Chair, the public line is open and working, but there are no additional callers at this time.
Okay, seeing no one else at the table in Las Vegas, and I don't believe anyone else has come to the table in Carson City, we will go ahead and close out public comment, item 12 on the agenda, and move on to item 13. But before we adjourn, I would like to make one last announcement. We are still waiting for the tribal representative recommendation to the Subcommittee on Public Lands from the Intertribal Council of Nevada. We hope to have that recommendation before our next committee meeting, where it will then be on the agenda. We thank you all so much for attending with us today. We hope you enjoyed the conversations in regards to shared stewardship, water, and wildlife as much as we did. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.